There you go.
Okay, good afternoon. This is the Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing public review session for 2 p.m., October 20th, 2020, 2 p.m. session.
Okay, with this one, because we just finished our morning session 3 minutes ago, we're going to pause on this afternoon session for 30 minutes to give every staff and commissioners a 30-minute break. So we will actually pick this hearing up at 2:30. So everyone be back here at 2:30. Apologies to the applicant groups who are calling in right now. Okay, so see everyone at 2:30.
I heard that sigh. You're right.
Yeah, right? It's always confusing how we can go from one to the next without stopping.
Absent the school, everything else is a PCE except for when we get to Phil's, so
Yes, correct.
it's not so bad. I unfortunately didn't know that we were going to start at 2:30.
As
Because,
a reminder, there are 13 people in attendance.
yes,
Yeah, no, because I told someone it was 2 o'clock, but they'll wait, they'll have to wait. The council member,
no, but we explained at the beginning, because we ran into the 2 o'clock session, we would need a
Yeah.
break.
It's okay. Sure, it's okay. Okay.
Commissioners, if you can hear us, please come.
I'm here. Assemble.
Assemble, that would be it, assemble.
Assemble, yes.
Yeah, he's right, it's an assemblage.
Assemblage.
I only reference it because my children have made me watch Avengers a few times
Okay.
now.
Oh.
And it's an assembly.
Mhm.
Assemblée, s'il vous plaît.
Yes, go.
I just want to say, every once in a while, I have to turn my camera off for about 20 seconds because the dog keeps banging against the door to come in and then banging against the door to go out. I
Okay,
have to like get up and let him in and let him out.
all is forgiven. That's what it's like when you do this kind of work from the comfort of your own home.
Yes, right now he's just in a heat.
Oh, Hendrix. Hey, Hendrix.
Okay, just letting you know that 14 strangers now know what Hendrix looks like. Just
Okay.
That's okay, listen.
all right.
Ready to rock and roll?
Yes. If you're speaking, Tony, we cannot hear you.
Oh, I'm not on mute. Can you hear me?
Yeah, well, if you were speaking, we couldn't hear you. We're ready to start, though. We're live,
I'm not on mute. I don't know
No.
what's going on.
so speak.
I'm speaking. All righty?
Yeah.
Okay, no, we're not live.
Yeah, we are.
We are? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't see the symbol up there. Sorry. Okay, good afternoon. This is now the Board of Standards and Appeals review session for October 20th, 2020, 2 p.m. session. There is no public testimony during the review session. The first case we'll be discussing is zoning calendar, continued hearing items. Item number 29, 2019-298 BZ, 506 West 181st Street, Manhattan. This is the Washington Heights Inwood Music Communities Charter School.
Okay, the biggest issue we have with this application actually is the subject of the drop-offs on 181st Street. DOT has reviewed this and submitted a letter in opposition to this application unless the school comes up with a better solution. At the last hearing, commissioners expressed their extreme concerns and doubts about the siting of this school here, also for the same reasons. I suggested working with the hotel that's now under construction to see if access to the school from 180th Street would be an option. Also, I note that the current, which is not something I discussed at the last hearing, also I note that the current use is a parking garage with two closely located existing curb cuts. Perhaps the school could be redesigned with an actual drive up and a driveway. I don't know whether that would improve the congestion question that is of concern to commissioners in DOT, however, but it's the only thing I can think of absent access from 180th Street. Bubble drawings were provided that bubble the entire drawings, which is not helpful if there's no explanation. As I mentioned in another hearing, I think that was actually yesterday, the BSA last week published a new administrative notice giving detailed instructions on how to provide revised drawings with annotated clouds, or otherwise known as bubbles.
And was sent to this applicant.
Yes, was sent to this applicant, but after the submission. So going forward, all applications, either existing ones, new ones, et cetera, must comply with the administrative notice, which includes an excellent example done by one of our applicant architects. And my only other comment that, because the main issue is the drop off is, I asked at the last hearing that there be all the materials shown on the drawings. And so there's a drawing that says plaster on the exterior facade. And I'd have to say, this is New York City, where we have extreme temperature changes. What in the world is plaster on an exterior of a building? I mean, if it were in Mexico or something, maybe I could get it, but we don't have plaster on the exterior of buildings. So what is that? And those are my comments in terms of seeker, though we still have, as I say, open DOT, open transportation, open air quality, open noise, and we do have LPC sign off. Okay, so Vice Chair Shonda.
Thank you. With regards to I agree. I think our outstanding biggest concern is really the drop-off area. That's the biggest concern. What I would also like to know is that in the cellar area, cellar terrace area, the applicant is proposing a fence, a 15-foot high fence. The fencing material has not been determined, so that should, as the application says, so at some point they need to identify that. And my question was, will it interfere with any FDNY access in the cellar? I don't think so, but I just wanted to verify it. So I appreciate the applicant having revised the floor to ceiling height. That actually addresses my concern and comment as to why other sites were not considered. So this justifies it. And I think all the submissions that they have provided with regards to the site economics and those are reasonable and clearly identify why they think this site is the only feasible one. But we do have the outstanding question of the drop off and pickup. And so I'm looking to DOT to help us find a resolution on that one.
Yes.
I have no additional comment on it other than that.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Hello, my turn?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Because it was freezing.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So for me, like both of you, I still have reservations about the pickup drop off, given the bus lane and the incredible amounts of traffic on 181st. But I will defer to DOT if they can work something out with DOT. I found it very helpful to go into the detail. I know they spoke about it during the hearing about the financials involved in finding a site and then analyzing the different sites based on not being able to meet their financial criteria. So I thought that was very well done, and I have no other questions.
Okay. One question though, this is not related to this case, but the prior case we heard where the applicant asked whether there would be a good model for making a demonstration about having looked at other sites, whether you think this would be a good example to give to that applicant for how to make a 7319 finding about alternate sites.
I think this would be a good model because it's a situation where they show us available sites and then mark off the reasons why the available sites were not going to work for them. So I thought, yes, that would be, and I was thinking about saying it earlier, but definitely it would be.
So what I'd like to do is have the project manager for that other project forward a copy of that, those materials to that applicant, and then to thank this applicant for doing such a good job on that question.
All right, I'll take care of that today,
Thank
tomorrow.
you.
Thank you.
Okay, and Commissioner Shetto?
Thank you, Chair. I don't have any further comments, and I believe the only open issue now, or the only thing that I have concern with is the school safety, and I would defer to the DOT like you. So
Okay.
let's
So
see what's
that's
going to happen.
actually, just to clarify, it's a combination of school safety in terms of what happens to the kids, but it's much bigger is the neighborhood impact. That's actually what we're concerned about here. And I also do want to comment on one of the statements that was made by the applicant's counsel, that we shouldn't be looking at this question because it's not in the capital plan or something like that. This is a neighborhood character question, and to the extent that it causes havoc in the neighborhood is something we are required to look at, and we cannot overlook it because of like word splitting, right? So, okay. And Commissioner Shabetto.
Thank you, Chair. I found the application to be responsive, and like my colleagues, I am hoping that the applicant can work with DOT and find a resolution to some sort of work, something that could satisfy DOT. I think the concern's a valid one, and anyone who's been to the site knows that it would be a problem.
Okay, thanks. And Ms. Bankade, did you want to add something?
Yeah, we have had several calls with DOT since the last hearing. The concerns about enforcement of the parents dropping off in the bus lane remains. And if there was any moving forward, they were looking to see if there was any conditions the board would be comfortable with to enforce. There's any solutions that we could come up with.
But, you know, we don't enforce the conditions, so that ends up becoming DOT's enforcement obligation. There's nothing we can do to make sure that it happens, right? The way, whatever that way is, there's nothing that we can do, no matter what conditions we have, because unless we have the police department in on it at all times and DOT in on it at all times. And that's probably not viable either. So, okay, thank you. All right then, next one.
New cases, item number 30, 2020-13 BZ, 71 Smith Street, Brooklyn. This is a PCE F45. I think this is adjourned.
Sorry?
No, never mind. Never
Oh,
mind.
it's true that we received a request. Is this the one we received a request about?
I thought this was one about the,
Well,
Not to my knowledge, sorry. I'm the project manager.
oh, I'm sorry.
I don't believe
No,
this request. They provided a proof of hearing notification and everything. I don't believe this is.
no, there
I'm
was,
sorry, Dylan.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got clarification from the applicant. That was a different case that you're thinking of, Tony.
Okay, sorry, Jay. Yeah, sorry, Jay. I know it
It's
was a
from
gym that-
yesterday. It was yesterday, Flywheel. Okay.
Okay, sorry, Jay.
right. Okay, so let's proceed.
Sorry.
Madam Chair, you want me to proceed? Okay.
Yes.
We did receive proof of service of initial filing and proof of hearing notice. A posting was made into the lobby and the photograph was provided by the applicant of the posting that was made. Community board has waived to comment on it. We just received FDNY sign off, no objection to it, and DOI also had no issues with it. This is a legalization of a PCE located on a portion of a first floor. I don't know the exact date, so if the applicant during the public hearing can clarify the date of the legalization, that would be helpful. This is on the ground floor, so and this is a high intense interval training studio. The site is ADA accessible. There is no signage that is proposed. There are 6 open violations related to the elevators, so nothing to do with the specific project. My comments are with regards to the sound attenuation. The sound attenuation measures that have been indicated on the plan include floor finish schedule, indicated on the plan, including the floor finish schedule and the wall details. They need to be tied in properly. I think it's kind of in 2 different places that needs to be all tied in and needs to be matched with the plan. The photos indicates that the speakers are mounted on the wall. Now, this is a common theme of today. The applicant needs to indicate if yes, it is attached to sound limiter and what is the sound limiter level.
Okay. Commissioner Otley Brown?
No comments.
Okay. Commissioner Sheta?
Nothing further from me. Thank you.
Okay. And Commissioner Shabeta?
Nothing further from me, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Next. Go ahead, next one. Tony, you're muted.
Sorry. 2020-20BZ, 245 Park Avenue, Manhattan, PCE.
Madam Chair, do you want me to?
Yes, please. Do all the 736.
Okay. We have the proof of service of initial filing and proof of hearing. This is a commercial building, don't have a lobby posting, and I don't know if it's even needed because half of the offices are not even working. We don't have any notice from any letter from the community board. We do have a letter of support from the property manager of the building. FDNY just issued a letter of no objection. At least on the file, I do not see a DOI sign off on it. So if it can be provided. This is a proposal for a golf practice facility. It's a swing which will occupy a portion of the first floor. And it did say in the statement that there will also be physical therapy for golf-related injuries will be provided amongst the many others programs. I do not know whether that will require massage therapy, and if so, the applicant needs to clarify it, and the plans definitely do not indicate the area of it. So if the applicant could just clarify it a little bit further. This is a new construction, it's not a legalization. With regards to the sound, the details regarding the sound attenuation measure has not been provided on the plan or in the statement of fact, specifically the wall details, the sound limiters, etc. And those were my comments.
Commissioner Brown? You're muted. There you go.
Okay. I also had a question as to whether or not they provided massage, and they need to reconcile their hours of operation between their statement, which says 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. 7 days a week, versus the plans, which say 5:30 to 11 p.m. Monday to Saturday and 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. on Sunday. No other questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sheta?
The only comment I have in addition to what is said is I haven't seen any interior photographs. I'm not sure if they provided any, but I haven't seen any in the folder.
Right.
And if they haven't submitted, they can give us some pictures for the interior.
Well, but if it's not a legalization, then there's no photos to show other than maybe a demolished space.
Oh, it's a new building.
Yeah,
It's under
Oh,
renovation.
sorry.
yeah,
Based on-
renovation.
Okay,
So
okay. Sorry about that.
they could clarify if it's past that spot, that point, but that's the understanding that it's a renovation. Okay. And Commissioner Shabeta?
Nothing further from me on this.
Okay.
Okay, next item is 2020-31BZ, sorry, 100 William Street, Manhattan. This is a PCE, also Orange Theory.
Okay. We have a proof of service of initial filing and proof of hearing. It has not been built. It is proposed. Community board has approved 45 to 1 abstention. FDNY has no objection. Again, also on this one, I do not see a DOI sign off in the files. I'm very familiar with this site. So my questions are again with regards to the sound. The applicant has provided the proposed treatment. And the question is the attenuation detail for the floor, ceiling, and the walls, while they have been provided, and the floor ceiling schedules have been provided. Good part of the building frontage. And the building is kind of interesting. It sits on the corner, and there is a walkway, an enclosed arcade that cuts through the interior. So it has all 3 frontages that is glass. And the treatments that have been provided are more with regards to the floor and the ceiling. There isn't that much of, and wall. Except for the columns, there aren't really that much of wall space. It's mostly windows. So I don't think the proposal that's been submitted clearly, at least I did not see clearly stating how it was going to address the attenuation along the windows, which are glass windows. And that detail needs to be provided. Will there be speakers mounted on the wall or ceiling, and the sound system must be attached to the limiter? It should be included in the plan, and the limiter setting, all of those need to be clearly specified. I had no additional comments on the other ones.
Okay. Commissioner Otley Brown,
I have no comments.
Commissioner Sheta,
Nothing further from me. Thank you.
Commissioner Shabeta.
I just wanted to add that this is a high intensity workout, so that's why the sound attenuation is so important in this. And as Vice Chair Chanda stated, this building has is this floor surrounded by windows, so they really need to address the attenuation and whether or not they can have limiters, what kind of speakers they're going to use, etc.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Okay, move on.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, item number 33, 2019-225BZ through 2019-253BZ. This is 70-114 Tennyson Drive, 348-370 Nelson Avenue, 6-50 Fitzgerald Avenue, Staten Island. This is a variance.
Okay, so to start off with, and for the record, from my perspective, this site has been at the BSA before, first in 1999 for a general city law 35 waiver to facilitate development of approximately 100 units of housing in the bed of MAP Tennyson. Then for a letter of substantial compliance to modify the scope of that waiver and reduce the extent to which the project would sit in the bed of Tennyson. And then finally in 2012, for a 7221 variance to facilitate development of 87 units. All of those approvals have since lapsed and no construction took place in reliance on them. According to BSA records, the GCL waiver application was filed on behalf of a different owner than the one now associated with the property and was represented by Rothkrug and Rothkrug. In 2005, I, while an attorney at Bryan Cave LLP, submitted the request to modify the project that had received the GCL 35 waiver in substantial compliance with the original grant. I actually have no recollection of having done this work, but have reached out to the New York City Conflict of Interest Board to be sure that I may proceed with consideration of this case under Chapter 68 of the New York City Conflict of Interest Law and receive the Conflict of Interest Board's consent to proceed. We do have proof of service of initial application to officials and of notice of hearing to officials and neighbors. Community Board recommends disapproval, citing recent rezoning to C3A, no establishment of hardship, concerns about effectiveness of the HOAs. We have a 2019 letter of objection from State Senator Lanza, followed by a more recent one co-signed by Senator Lanza and Borough President Otto, citing similar concerns about the importance of the C3A zoning and concerns about developments in the flood zones. And I see, but I didn't have a chance to read, that there was a submission, I think this morning, by Borough President Otto. I don't know if it's a different one. And we'll look at it while we're talking, or someone else can read it. We have one letter in support and about 20 letters in opposition, citing traffic, density, natural resources, waterfront, and flooding concerns. The statement of facts is very sloppily worded, so I'm actually having trouble finding the claimed hardship. Is the hardship that the site includes a mapped, privately owned street? That is hardly a unique condition on Staten Island. Does that mean every site with such a condition is entitled to a variance? We see, I don't know how many a year of privately owned map streets that people want to build houses on or have houses on. So it's a very common condition. And anyway, how is that a hardship? On the contrary, it looks like a great advantage, since there's no need to go through the expensive mapping process, and Tennyson delivers homeowners right to their doors. The site seems perfectly serviced by mapped or CCO streets. Street mapping is part of the city's police powers and cannot be used as a hardship criteria unless it results in an unbuildable lot, which it has not done here. We have seen cases where a mapping action, for example, a road widening or something like that, creates a really strange, tiny lot that cannot be developed. And so those are what I always call poster children for variances, but that's hardly the case here. There is no requirement that the city own the map street, and it is city planning or Department of Buildings call whether the area in the bed of the map street can be counted towards floor area. Department of Buildings issued technical policy notice 2014-01 to clarify that indeed a privately owned map street can be used to calculate lot area, hence floor area, under certain conditions. If the applicant chooses to take advantage of that lot area, then the site has to be designed accordingly. However, the applicant can't claim a hardship where it chooses to use the map street for access under GCL 36 and eliminates, by the terms of the technical policy notice, the right to the floor area in the bed of the street. It's either or, you can't have both simultaneously. That seems fair. There is a statement that the as of right with 23 two-family houses is deprived of floor area because it must be developed as one zoning lot per two-family home. I don't understand why that is and how that's a hardship. On the other hand, there is claimed to be some advantage to building 56 homes on a single zoning lot, single tax lot, in spite of the distance between buildings rule. And I still, was that what the argument is? And so I still don't get it. I'm still having trouble figuring out what the hardship is. And in terms of the waivers requested, what is the rationale for not providing the required parking on Staten Island of all places when there is plenty of space on the lot for parking? And why should a waiver allowing for closer distances between buildings be even considered? And why can't a reasonable return be realized from developing the property fully under the C3A regulations? I have to admit that I'm having trouble understanding the 2012 grant of the 87 unit project, but at that time, the conditions claimed in that application are not the case today. For one, the proposal is to create far more buildings on the site plan than was proposed in the 2012 case. So the argument that more piles are needed for the as of right than the proposed no longer holds. That was the argument that was made in 2012. I note that the pile cost for the as of right went down for this application since the 2012 approval, which is odd since all the prices have gone up on everything. And I'm just going to read a quote from the resolution back in 2012. It says, whereas specifically The applicant states that the as-of-right two-family residential development would require a total of 696 piles at a cost of basically $89,000, as compared to a total of 444 piles at a cost of $444,000 for the proposed condominium building, a difference of $244,000. So that's no longer the case with this proposal, since the number of buildings has gone up, but oddly, the pile costs have gone down. So that's a very inconsistent argument. And another issue, or for two, the as of right in that case claimed that an internal private street was needed to service the houses on the lot, whereas the current as of right doesn't appear to need this. And then, of course, there was the intervention of Storm Sandy after the date of that grant that taught all of us so much about flood resistant construction, and that such construction conditions cannot be used as unique conditions since they apply to all waterfront lots and all lots in AE flood zones. And while I defer to Commissioner Sheta on the subject of the soil conditions at the site, it is obvious that soil conditions upland will be different than those directly at the waterfront. So shouldn't the borings have been, the sample borings that are used for comparison, shouldn't they have been taken from properties along the same geological / topographical boundaries? And as to sewer connections, there's a complaint that somehow or other the sewer connections are inadequate and therefore makes this a unique hardship. This is a large development, and all large developments require their own accommodations for sewage treatment, some even with their own plants, especially where area systems are inadequate to support new development. Isn't that the cost of doing business generally? And aren't the storm and sanitary drawings provided for a 100-unit project dating back to early approvals in 2002? Like that was what was provided to us to prove that they have a problem with the sewer. Wouldn't a 46-unit as of right project have lesser needs and allow for more natural drainage through permeable surfaces around the site? And I know that DEP has changed its approach to sewage treatment, storm sewers, and so on since 2002. That's something we hear about often in our hearings. And as to the shape of the site posing a hardship, it may be an odd shape, but it's 178,000 square feet, this lot, which allows development of at least 46 dwelling units. And so I fail to see how this presents an impediment to development. A unique form is entitled to a variance when the form effectively precludes development in conformance with the zoning resolution. On the issue of required yards creating a hardship, they are only an issue when the entire site is treated as one zoning lot. When divided, as shown on the as of right, there are no yard problems. If anything, that claim is self-created. There is no obligation to treat this enormous site as one zoning lot. And finally, when was this zoning lot created? Since the hardships complained of cannot have been created by a zoning lot merger by the current or predecessor in title dating to just prior to December of 1961. Tax map data appears to show mergers, zoning lot mergers taking place, or tax lot mergers taking place prior to 2008, that at least by that time merged lots fronting on Fitzgerald and Cleveland into main lot 37, fronting at that time only on Nelson and Tennyson. So the claimed hardship of too many frontages was self-created by 2008. So for all of those reasons, which I think goes through every single finding, I don't see a case for a variance. And so I hand it to Vice Chair Shanda.
Oh, sorry, I'm just taking notes of what you said.
Okay.
So with regards to, I'll just go through my comments. In the zoning resolution chart, the zoning chart states 31 foot as street wall height requirement, which is incorrect. It should be revised. The zoning chart should also be clear about the difference in the parking requirement for 2 family versus 1 family. The required rear yard equivalent of 30 feet along 12 also would require street wall height waiver, and the proposed street wall height is 31 feet above design flood elevation. Please confirm if some of the proposed homes along Murray's Place would meet 23.631G regarding second story lineup. The as of right plan, again, I'm not fully understanding why it is not fully built out, especially the Tennyson Drive not being fully built and Cleveland Avenue. If this is not a city-owned site and not a mapped, why that has not been exercising, the argument has not been clearly stated. The applicant does say that they do have some agreement with parks with regards to providing some kind of access from their side onto the wetland area. That is not clearly shown in the plans to show what part of the area therefore gets affected as part of that easement agreement. And why was that particular area picked? Couldn't other areas been picked? And is this resulting also in self-created hardship? In the statement indicated, the proposed street wall height and building height and parking numbers are would be 138 space. And in the R38,
Sorry, just go back. Statement of facts indicates street wall height and building height would be what?
no, sorry. In the statement of fact, okay, I'm sorry. I think there is some disconnect in my writing, so ignore that.
Okay.
I'll have to go back to what I was trying to say. Now, in a R38 district for 1 and 2 family detached homes, minimum lot area is 2,375 square feet with a lot width of 25 feet. Why was that not considered to allow for more homes in the as of right? And why no development was considered along the portion of the site along, like I said, along Cleveland Avenue, which is a corner lot, and also more into the bed of Tennyson Drive. Overall,
Sorry, because you're reading really fast. So the question
Sorry.
is, why aren't they building in the bed of Tennyson the way they were proposing that, the way they had proposed previously, because they had a GCL 35?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
and also along the corner of Cleveland Avenue. That's a corner lot, and that is not being built. I think it's buildable. So combination of reducing the lot sizes and building in the bed of Map Street and Cleveland, the number of units would increase. So until I see that, I don't know the difference.
Mhm.
With regards to the proposed, again, I'm not sure why a parking waiver is being requested because there is space for parking on site that can be provided, and tandem parking, all of those can also be provided. We have seen tandem parking being proposed by applicants, so those would also reduce much of the parking waiver ask. So that is not clear. On the uniqueness, when I look at the site and the various requirements of corner lots and other things, yes, it does seem that it is encumbered, but I'm not sure I agree with the analysis and the through lot analysis and others. So that needs to be looked at and reassessed. With regards to the neighborhood character, I would say what is being proposed is similar to the large cluster of semi-detached and attached homes that are located in the immediate vicinity. So I really did not have that much of comments on the neighborhood character. It is more in context with the prior approved plan, and more so it's what's built there. Is it self-created? I have a question mark on it, given some of the other comments also that you have stated, Madam Chair. And I definitely don't think this is the minimal. The as of right plan needs to be further revised in order for us to understand how much additional difference, if there is any, that needs to be considered.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Riley Brown?
Okay, I was clearly here the first time this came to us as a variance case, but I really don't have any memory of it at all. My mind draws a blank.
Mhm.
So I'm not quite sure what's going on here, to be honest with you. And I just keep looking at it and try and figure out why the as of right is not working. And for me, the reason is the extreme underdevelopment of this lot, because if you're only building up to 60,000 square feet of your available building area, there's no way you're going to be able to make it work. It isn't the stated hardship that they're talking about. That's $1.5 million for the as of right, because if you split that into 23 homes, that's only $65,000 extra in cost that I think is easily absorbed in a $1 million home, and the homes are selling for $1 million. So I'm not quite sure where the real hardship is coming from. That being said, let me just go through my comments. For the uniqueness, they're talking about the fact that the site is alongside an unmapped street that would have to be built out, and also that it's got some wetlands adjacent and wetlands that can't be built on. Still in all, this site is huge, so I'm not quite sure why there's an impact on the site's development, because the acreage, and here it's acreage, 4.08 acres, there's a lot of space. So I'm not sure why those issues are really impacting it so greatly. The cost to connect to the sewer, I don't feel like they really detailed why that cost to connect is far worse than other similarly situated developments. We had a case once where they talked about the cost to connect to a sewer line, and they showed us comparatively how the sewer line in the project case was over 2,500 feet away from the site, and that most other people had a far shorter distance to connect to the sewer. And then we also had cases where sewer lines were the issue, where they talked about how it wasn't enough to make a connection, but because the connection was going uphill, they had to put in expensive pumping stations so that they could pump the sewage up. We don't have any of that information here to understand whether or not it truly is unique in regards to the other sites. As for the return, as I said, the extraordinary costs that are listed of 1.5 million for the piles and also to build out the street, I question why they're adding in the cost to build out the street when, like you said, Chair, even in cases that aren't dealing with unmapped streets, when you have a large development like this, you have to build out some infrastructure to reach it. It's not unusual for this case. There's a case up in Riverdale where they had to literally build an access road to access all of the homes. They're not claiming that as a hardship, so I don't understand why having to build out Tennyson is such a hardship here. Let's see. The other issue, which is interesting, is, which I think might be attributed to the self-created hardship in some way, although I'm not quite getting at the actual numbers for it, because they decided to market this for over 55,
Uh-oh, you're frozen.
and they've got like 3-story homes. They of course have to have these elevators in every single one of these 2-family homes, which is unusual and has got to be driving the cost of construction up versus just regular stairs. However, if they do have an elevator in every single one of these buildings, why can't they use some more floor area? That's the question, because now you have an elevator to access the upper floors. It shouldn't be an issue if you added another floor or another partial floor, if you're going to keep the elevator there, right? Other than that, I did look at the financials to try and find out if that's driving the cost of construction, and it doesn't seem to be driving the cost of construction. So I don't even know if they accounted for the cost of the elevator. I looked at all through their Marshall and Swift pages to see if I could find the cost, and I don't see it reflected in the line items that they actually chose.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not sure that they even used it. So that's why I'm saying I'm finding it really confusing to try and figure out what's actually going on here, other than extreme underdevelopment of the site. Let's see. The construction costs, it's very interesting. The construction costs, the base construction costs for a condominium are actually higher per square foot than for the as-of-right townhomes that include the elevators, the many elevators. So I'm not quite sure why. They could explain that. And then although the base construction costs are actually lower for the as-of-right than the condos, once you add in the extraordinary development costs and the site costs, it actually reverses. And then the as-of-right is actually cheaper.
Commissioner, could you repeat that? Oh,
Yeah, you broke up during that little part. After you say construction costs for condo are higher per square foot than for the as-of-right townhomes with elevators. Why is that? Can you repeat what you said right after that? Because you broke up.
Oh, and then, but however, once you add in the extraordinary site costs and the actual land value, then it actually flips and it's the opposite. So if they could just explain that to me. Another thing, when they price out
Oh, geez.
the as-of-right homes, they break the size of the lot, which I actually thought was a good idea. They, for some reason, are adding up the sales prices of 24 homes instead of 23 homes. So I think there's an error there that they have to fix.
So
And-
sorry, you also said something about it was clever to split up the lot and then you broke up.
Oh, I said the way in which they valued the homes and then also the condominiums is they actually broke them up into size ranges depending on the amount of building area and lot area. And they came up with like 3 categories. And then they used the comps and they actually readjusted the comps based on the group of actual homes that were being on sale, which was a good idea.
Yeah.
And they did the same thing for the condominiums. I thought that was a good idea. However, when it came time to valuing all of the townhomes in the as-of-right, they actually added a home. So it should be 23 homes. They made it 24 homes.
Okay.
So, and right now, that's all I have.
Okay, great. So I'm just to let you know that you're breaking up a lot and I don't know if it's possible for you to switch to your hot, what do you call it?
My hotspot.
Hotspot. Just in case, see if that works a little bit better, but you broke up quite a lot during it and I'm sure there's going to be a lot of discussion with you. So see if that works.
Okay, I'm going to try now.
Okay, thanks. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. Is this site is unique? I don't think so. Does this project have any hardship? I don't think so. Why the as-of-right is not working? I believe the answer is because the variance is better. This is the summary of my position on this case. Site is too big. Irregularity has nothing to do with imposing hardship on a site of that size. If this site is 4,000, 3,000 square feet, and it's a triangular shape, I would say, and without any yards and this and that, I would understand that, yes, when the architect tried to design something, it's gonna be some rooms that are odd shapes, it's gonna be some hardship. But for a site that size, come on, no. The other part of the claimed hardship, and I did struggle with understanding what was that, is the subsurface. Summary of this claim is 2 sentences. Number 1, this is one of the best subsurface you could see on a waterfront. I did tons of projects on waterfronts in Queens, in Staten Island, everywhere in the city. this is one of the, even in New Jersey, in Bayonne, and this is one of the best. That soil conditions over there are beautiful. No peat, no like very soft clay material. It's sand. And you know what? Just yesterday, I did look at a site that like the top 15 to 20 feet of the subsurface is filled. And the geotechnical engineer over there used the code provisions to use shallow foundation to support very similar buildings. So if the applicant is listening, he could look at the hearing yesterday and probably he can benefit from that. But on the subsurface, I haven't seen like any significantly bad subsurface on any of the borings that could mandate using piles on this site, except for 2 borings. And even with these 2 borings, I would say piles are not needed. And these borings, by the way, if you look at the geotechnical report, if you have it in front of you, it's boring number 10 and boring number 11. If you go to page 9 of the geotechnical report and page 8, page 8 has B10 and that like the top sample number 2 and sample number 3. These are the numbers that tells you how strong is this soil. And if you look at, if we're talking about 10 and up, we're good. Even if we're talking about less than that, something like 7, 6, we could live with that. But look at this, the top, that like the first sample is 14. Of course, this is not important because it's gonna be dug out. Second one is the same, it's not important. But the third one, you got 1, 1, 1. So what we call it in value here is 2. So yes, this is kind of weak material, but it's just 10 feet deep. If you think that you're gonna put a building at that spot, and I'm gonna explain in a second how to avoid like encountering something like that. But even if you wanna put building and you encounter this material at this spot, just dig it out and put some structural fill instead. You don't have to go to piles. Piles with, if you look at the material underneath, you got 11, S4 is 11, S5 is 20, S6 is 34. You can't put, you're not, if you want to drive piles on this kind of material, you're not going to be able to drive them. And if you're going to drill, it's going to be very tough to drill. So talking about piles here is not going to fly. Now, if you go back to the first page 1 of that report, if you look at B10 and B11, they are located next to each other. So it sounds like this kind of like spot on site has a weak subsurface between probably 8 feet and 10 feet. 2 solutions for that. If there is an interaction between the geotechnical engineer and the architect, I would, as a geotechnical engineer, talk to the architect to avoid putting buildings over there. Just put some landscaping. Or if buildings are needed, just localized excavation, put some structural fill, and we're done. But one word, piles are not needed for a site like this, period. On the other side, I did look at the construction cost estimate. It doesn't satisfy the requirements for the board. This is number 1. So I wasn't able to dive deep in it and understand it. And second, like I said, cost of piles are out of the table, and cost of building the road shouldn't be there. If you wanna, let's say this site has like beautiful subsurface, you're gonna build roads either way. This is a huge site. So I'm not sure why this is included as hardship. And like I said, the summary of my position on a case like this, I really get upset when I see a request for a variance on cases like these, because I believe we shouldn't be getting this, like short of to say, we shouldn't be getting cases like that. This is for us and for the applicant. I believe this is waste of time. And if it's possible, I would close and vote on this today because I don't see any hardship on it. Thank you.
Thank you. We don't, by the way, we only close, we don't vote. That's our.
Yes,
method.
understood. Yes, I didn't say vote today.
Okay,
Close today and vote later.
okay. All right, Commissioner Shabeta, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So I share many of the comments that I heard from the commissioners. I do have a question. I had a lot of different questions on this application. Some things weren't very clear to me, but there was a license and maintenance agreement was executed between the applicant, which at the time was Torah Development, and the Parks Department to maintain the park entrance. And I'd like to know what the terms of that agreement were, because if they are receiving some sort of compensation for it, I think that's relevant in with regard to whatever hardship they are claiming. Because part of that is with regard to how the Parks Department has used their part of their property as an entrance to their park. Outside of that, I wasn't convinced by the uniqueness. I wasn't convinced by a hardship argument. I don't see how having 5 frontages creates a hardship. I second the statements that were made with regard to I do disagree with one comment that was made with regard to neighborhood character. I don't believe that the development as planned is consistent with everything around it. This is a very large row of single units here of units, and that's not what I see when I drive through that neighborhood. Anything else I say would be repetitive, so I'll close my comments there.
Okay, but you said you second the statements, but then you didn't finish what statements?
Oh, I second. Okay, so I second the statements that that they're not seeing the hardship in this, not believing that, not with comments made by Commissioner Otley Brown with regard to the acreage and being able to use that development on other portions of the site. I believe that would alleviate a hardship. I second the statements made by yourself, again, with regard to not understanding the hardship argument that was being made. The only question I do have an issue with is I do believe that this development would be in contrast to the neighborhood character of the remaining neighborhood around it.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, I just want to.
Anything else?
You know, I was just looking there. I did have a question for Commissioner Sheta, but then I lost it, so it's okay.
Okay,
Yeah, so now we can go on.
this concludes the public review session for 2 p.m. We'll now commence with the public hearing for October 20th, 2020, 2 p.m. The first item is the continued hearing, 2019-298 BZ, 506 West 181st Street, Manhattan.
Okay. We have Mr. Lobel already in. Are you joined by anyone?
Yes, there's a large list of registrants. If everyone who is going to speak on this application could raise their hand, and if you're not here to speak on this application, please unraise your hand.
Okay, so we're going to let in all the raised hands, okay? Oops.
Oh, don't do that.
Okay, and everyone who's just come in, please turn off your YouTube videos immediately. Okay. Tony,
We're ready?
My video's not on. I don't know if.
that's okay.
That's okay, just as long as you say yes. Amber, Miss Caitlin, Mr. Chiatore, unmute.
Chatrella, yeah.
Chiatore says. Raise your right hand, and everybody's on video. Do
Please
you affirm that, oh, sorry.
Wait.
hold.
Just a second.
Oh, they're not all in? I'm sorry, Kurt. I apologize. Let me know when they're
Also,
all
if
in.
you're here to speak on 2019-225 BZ, please put your hand down.
All right.
We
Are we
ready?
ready? Kurt, say when you're ready.
That should be good.
Good? Okay. Raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes.
Yes.
Chair Richard Lobel of Shell Lobel PC on behalf of the applicant. Good afternoon. Thank you for hearing the school today. We attended the board's executive session online and are familiar with the board's comments. Obviously, we understand the deference due to schools. We do also understand that the commissioners all noted that in the event that an agreement was reached with the Department of Transportation School Safety, that the application could potentially proceed to a grant. I'd say that the entire applicant team is available today and will be speaking to that. Particularly, there have been conversations which happened with DOT, at least I think probably about 4 weeks ago. I would note to the chair that we appreciate DOT's efforts in this regard, and we'd much prefer to be on the same side to the extent that the board acts oftentimes as a facilitator with the agency and can help us in those efforts. We'd appreciate that. But what I would do would be to turn it over to Kevin and Amber from Equity and maybe discuss a little bit about the background with DOT comments and then address anything in additional comments that would be addressed by either the architectural comments or the school itself. So.
Okay. And I just want to clarify, it's not just school safety, it's DOT also. So DOT's various other divisions that we're listening to, it's not just a school safety question, right? As I mentioned earlier. Okay.
We understand. I think that yeah, and the environmental consultants can speak to this as well. But I do think that really, if we do come to that understanding, that most of the issues in the application would be resolved.
Okay. And I would ask, because it's a big team, whoever speaks, please identify yourself and your position in the team. Like what's your specialty? Okay. Thank you.
This is Kevin Williams from Equity Environmental. I'm an urban planner and managing director of our firm. I'm supported by Amber Cartalian, who's a project manager and planner at Equity Environmental. So just to kind of follow up with what Richard was noting and the review by the board and the issues, of course, are the same. What I'd like to do is just briefly discuss the process that we engaged in with Department of Transportation, with the excellent assistance of Tracy and Jella, who are always very helpful in these matters in terms of coordinating the review. So we heard you loud and clear at the last hearing, Chair, about looking at creative solutions, particularly as is referenced to attempt to develop some sort of agreement with the adjacent hotel and office building that is under construction. And we went through a couple weeks trying to coordinate that. And unfortunately, the garage is it's valet, and it simply could not work out. And so, I mean, I think other members.
Sorry, what do you mean the garage is valet and it couldn't work out?
I mean, just logistically getting cars in and out of that operation. But Carlo Sciarella, perhaps you can discuss the particular discussions on that I wasn't privy to in terms of, why operationally it wasn't possible or feasible.
Yeah. I'm Carlo Sciarella. I'm the project manager for WIN and this development. So we did meet with the Young Woo Associates, which is the development next door. And basically their garage is operated by elevator, and it only allows two cars at a time. And so basically when folks come up to the hotel, the valet gets in their car, brings it around the corner to 180th Street, and then goes into the elevator. And there's only two elevators. So basically, the whole process would take, just for two cars, probably 10 minutes or more. And then it goes down into a basement level that is not allowed for the public to be in. Basically, it's just for the personnel of the garage. So it's not like your typical garage where you're going in and then leaving the car off and then exiting out. Also, there is no opportunity from the 180th Street side to go through the building and into the charter school or into the proposed school. There's no entrance and there's no exits.
So I don't know what the status of construction is on the hotel. My suggestion wasn't that you have the school park its cars there or anything. It really was to create like a fire passage or something that people could access the back of the school building.
It's under chair. It's way out of the ground.
It's almost topped out.
Yeah, there's no. Yeah.
Well, way out of the ground versus topped out, which is
almost. It's almost topped out. They're on. They're
Can't all
15
speak
or
at once. Can't
Yeah,
all speak at once. One at a time.
Tom could attest to this. Tom, you go.
The superstructure is nearly topped out. They're up. They're well over the top of. They must be up at. I haven't counted stories. 14 or 15.
Wow.
They've been moving quite quickly.
Right.
Even at the time of our last hearing, they were up above our roof, because I know I was up on the roof at around that time.
Okay, go ahead.
So
Oh,
sorry. I'm sorry. I was going to say they wanted to be helpful, but as we were looking at it, it just didn't seem feasible in terms of a passageway or even allowing some of the cars to at least idle or park in the garage for a few minutes while the kids go into the school. So we tried, but thank you for the suggestion.
So prior to that, and just after our previous hearing, we worked with Tracy to arrange a meeting with DOT School Safety, DOT Traffic Engineering and Planning, which are the two principal entities, Traffic Engineering and Planning being the entity that does the seeker review for Department of Transportation. And basically their comments were quite similar. The school safety comment letter was not particularly oriented directly toward school safety. It was really oriented toward traffic operations. So we take all of that to be basically part and parcel of the same problem. The concern is that it would lead to further gridlock potentially, and it would block or create problems in their looking at planning for the deployment of a dedicated busway. Whether or not that transpires or not, that is going to go through probably a multi-year process of community outreach. So we felt comfortable with either option, and honestly, the busway posed for us a far safer corridor and one that would have far greater eyes on it in terms of traffic safety and New York City Police Department, as is the case on 14th Street. Now, given this, we put together a full comprehensive presentation that I'm not aware if the board received, basically discussing both the site location characteristics and the trip generation characteristics associated with the student body that make this site uniquely favorable in this section of the city. And the fact that this actually provides a one-stop, one-seat ride location directly to the corner of the project on Amsterdam and 181st, literally to the corner. It provides MTA bus and 1 block away, provides subway access to over 84% of the entire student body. And that's an increase from about 70% at the other location, which is also incredibly transit connected. And then we also took a closer look at the car ownership and the the arrival characteristics of current student body and superimpose them on this location. And one of the key things to note, and I think the board, should have an opportunity to review that presentation, was submitted to planning staff. And I think that the point that I was trying to make in the last hearing and what we tried to show to DOT is, yes, the site is complicated, but given the student body characteristics and the fact that we're drawing from a large segment of the Bronx that currently does not have direct transit access to this site literally connects almost all of the Bronx student body via a one-seat ride on an MTA bus to the site. And when we did the analysis initially for the trip generation on the project, we had not delved in that great of detail. We did very detailed geographic information systems analysis to spatially identify where current and projected future student body is at and how they would likely access the site. Now, all of this does not dispel the fact that we need to deploy, a significant sort of safety protocol. And I think this is where we are trying to work and do a team, sort of approach that maybe can establish better protocols in the future about how both human-related controls, along with, the unique site benefits of this being the most connected location in all of Upper Manhattan, and the fact that we need to have some way to have a feedback loop, right? To make sure that people are operating, the parents are, using due caution in terms of pickups and drop-offs. Now, the one thing that we posed here is no parent drop-offs on 181st Street. And the reason why I feel that this notion that parents will continue to act illegally on this corridor, is something that, we feel is not a necessary, a necessarily accurate prediction, is that you're going to have people directly in front of the school. You're going to have a busway here where people are going to get fined extreme amounts of dollars, if they conflict with that. And the fact that you have both of those measures working, operationally, and then we can also add on punitive measures potentially, in terms of parents enrolling, but you have those three layers there that normally you would not have in a lot of schools. A lot of public schools that are SCA schools do not have such protocols, and parents drop people off anywhere where they might, where it might be most convenient. And so I feel when we look at ultimately the actual numbers of parents, which now we're down to about 20, literally 20 drop-offs, and placing those 20 drop-offs at the corner of Audubon and 181st, and being able to steward those in rotation based off of arrival characteristics, a preliminary program where we would basically, you would have enough enough staff members to steward them to the front of the school, which is about 250, 300 feet away. And then you'd only have two buses present on Amsterdam Avenue. And then you would have basically four teachers who are safety personnel at the primary locus of bus and subway drop-offs, to basically, kind of control the zone. You're able to make a relatively lean operation. And so I think that the one key thing is, while we try to work with DOT moving forward, I'd like to share this presentation with you, make sure it gets to you. And then what we would like to do is the opportunity, to discuss a set of protocols and potentially some measure that works for both DOT and the board, that there's some feedback loop, or there's some process. Obviously you can pull the resolution. I know you guys don't have an inspection body and you can't play policeman. So, but I really feel that if you review the location qualities that are present here, and you look at what's done on 14th Street in terms of the amount of ambient traffic that is present on that, and how it engenders a safer pedestrian environment with significant calming of vehicular traffic, which in the city will probably be down for the next 3 years, if not more. That, as well as if, to be quite frank, the transit access as well. But we're planning for the long future when things are back to normal. But what I would say is the notion of the busway being present, I think, is an improvement in terms of the site location. The primary reason is you have a 182 car garage that's present. And if we're going to talk about blocking traffic operations, that poses a far greater threat and risk in terms of the numbers and entries and exits during peak bus time than does the school. And so I think we ultimately, at the end of the day, you have to ask yourself, can you get parents and their children to the front of the door into the school safely? And I think if you look at the sidewalk access and you look where the transit access is present here, and you look at the safety protocol that we put together, that can happen. And so, that's what I don't think I need to belabor the point anymore. You guys indicated that the board indicated that we really need to get agreement from DOT on a plan.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we're relying very much on DOT and its understanding about the busway and its understanding about, and it has to accept your revised analysis, because the last analysis we had was significantly more drop-offs than that. So they have to buy that. It needs to pass the smile test, right?
Yeah.
And they have to believe it, right? So I would say we're not going to do something that is in contradiction to DOT's concerns about its operations of its own busway. But I do want to say that that the comments to come up with other solutions still stands. For instance, why can't the project be designed instead to have a drive up? You've already got a parking garage there. So what if a car, I don't know that this would solve it, but what if a car drove into the school, had a drop off, and actually, in some zoning districts, in lower density zoning districts, drop offs at schools are part of the zoning requirements. You don't have a choice, you have to do it. So what if you took advantage of the fact that this is a parking garage and actually had some access into the building, and then the drop off is occurring in the building, and then, granted, it's going to affect the layout of the school, but maybe that's a way of accomplishing the school, because at the moment you don't have a school, and at the moment the DOT issue is very big. And
Chair, we're I think from a design standpoint and from advice, we're willing to consider anything. But I think the primary concern of DOT is if the primary concern is cars weaving, right, dropping off and departing, going in and out of the school creates the same problem. And so, because if you look at the letters that were written, there was really nothing there about student safety, pedestrians on side streets, crosswalks, or anything. It was directly related to this notion that the weaving effect of cars attempting to pull up in front of the school, drop off their children, and then pull back out and find a lane. And what I had recommended to them is, in the interim, we put a quick curb up to channel access into this lane and to effectively allow for buses to channel through the middle lane around that insofar as they need that access. So the idea behind that was to allow more smooth movements in front of the school. They didn't weigh in on that yet, and I think they're considering that. And it's one of the methods when we work with a lot of projects with DOT, and it's one of the things I think from a temporary perspective, and one that can be deployed easily, that they were looking at. But I think this notion of having an in and out, I think it's creative, and I think it's something that we looked at, or you had recommended in another option, and that would have worked there, because the idea was there was just a lot of ambient traffic going on, and we were able to pull out of industrial activity. Here, I think the concern is just moves off the curb, and if you're just circling through the building, I think you're kind of creating the same prospect. But I will tell you what, we discussed that with the design team, and if it's something that DOT might be attuned to, we're willing to look at all options. So we appreciate the thoughts.
Okay, I'd like to recognize also Vice Chair Shonda has her hand up, and one of your team members, Mr. Medina, has his hand up. So I think he's one of your team members. Go ahead, Vice Chair.
I have a very simple question. With regards to the frontage along 81st Street, there is no parking permitted, right? Along the curbside, along the entire length?
Right.
Okay. I don't see enough signage on it. I don't know if that is something that you should talk to DOT and see if you would be willing to provide more signage to prevent no parking, especially for, in your case, drop-offs and pickups. That's just something throwing out there. I do understand DOT's concern of the weaving in and out and how that can be minimized. I get it.
Okay.
That's all. Yeah, and I'm not sure drive-through into the building, will it address it? I don't know, but I understand DOT's concern on that.
Okay.
Yeah, in terms of the signage, and if you look at the signage that's been deployed on 14th Street, it not only addresses the fact that no cars are allowed from early in the AM to quite late in the evening, I believe it's 8 p.m., but it also indicates the fine level that you would be running, and it's very clear when you enter the corridor. And we're certain that the same methods would be deployed. But I think the key is that we would have to discuss with DOT and probably MTA, as a group, because the idea here is that there will be some time before the deployment of whether it's a partial bus lane, right? One where you simply have colorized paving material, like that's present in most other busways in the city, or one that's literally like a shutdown of all private cars. And then the concept that we had discussed with the busway team and with members of school safety on our call was that, here you're still doing a public conveyance with 2 public school buses, and there is a bus stop that's present at the corner. And so the idea there is, if you didn't have a garage present, right, you'd have 2 buses carrying approximately 90 to 100 students, that regularity that's associated with those arrivals and the time at which they come is certainly much easier for existing MTA transit bus drivers to deal with, rather than vehicles going in and out as workers come to work to work around and on the 181st corridor. And I think that's kind of where we were discussing, is you'd have more regularity in a school, in terms of, and fewer trips off the curb if they're willing to bifurcate the arrivals and departures for cars. And right.
And has the 14th Street study shown if there has been violations issued for those street what are the data? What is the data that's showing? Has it been successful or not? Or?
Yeah, I mean, so that project has been touted by DOT internationally as reducing violations of all types, meaning the illegal street parking, violations in terms of accessing the corridor, but it's also much easier to surveil, right? So many fewer cars. You spot a private car in a lane where traffic's not allowed, it's very much easier for a police officer to spot that, as well as cameras. So my understanding is that in all aspects, including the enforcement, it's been very, very effective in generating revenue, but also in just preventing private automobiles from going down that lane. So I mean, I think that's something that something that DOT would have to discuss. But my understanding is, yes, it's been very effective in keeping private cars out of that corridor.
But, and I don't want to belabor this, I just want to note that there are no schools located on 14th Street that
There are, Chair,
there
actually.
are. What school?
Yes. The difference, so I looked at this and very close. The difference is they're able to access it off of on
Yeah.
yeah,
The new
behind.
school, right, the new school is a corner site and has
Not-
actually 3 frontages, right? So that's what I mean. There are no schools that depend entirely on 14th Street for their frontage, nor hospitals, because there's also New York Hospital, et cetera, or not New York, Ioneer Hospital, right?
That's
So-
further east.
No, it's further east, but it's on 14th Street and it has frontage on other streets, so it's not entirely dependent on 14th Street. So I don't really know if it's apples to apples, even in terms of the confluence on the bridge and so on. So anyway, I don't want to belabor this, but obviously we need you to work this out with DOT. We're available to help to the extent that we can, but we are not traffic engineers. And so it's really DOT's call. So I'd like to just move on to if there's any other subjects that need to be discussed. Mr. Medina had his hand up. Do you want to speak?
Sure. So, I thank the commission for taking the time to review this matter.
Can you tell us who you are, who in this?
So I play different roles here in the community. I am the executive director for the Washington Heights Business Improvement District.
So wait a second, are you a member of the team, of the development team?
No, he's a
not-
speaker.
No, okay, we're not up to speakers yet, sir. So please hold on, okay? Hold on. All right, anybody else, Mr. LaBelle, from your team that you want to have speak?
This is Tom Gluck, the architect. There were a handful of comments in the review session that maybe I can try to address quickly. Let's see here. So we can look at trying to use the curb cut like you suggested, Chair. The difficult thing, one of the reasons this site works is because it's able to house on that ground floor the primary space for the school, which is the theater. It's got the ceiling heights, but more importantly, if we looked at moving it up or down, because then we could free up space on that floor. The problem is then we would need, because at grade, you don't need an area of rescue, a safe area outside of a PA space. And so all of a sudden we cut the seat count by like 50% because we need all this space, whereas
So-
we can spill right out.
Buck, I need to stop you right there because we have a lot of cases. The issue here is DOT is not okay with this site.
Right.
So there may be great programmatic reasons that you don't want to make the adjustments that they are willing to approve, but it's kind of at this stage, either you get a school or you don't get a school.
Okay, so we can look at it again.
You
Understood.
need to be open to whatever design modifications work for DOT. I don't know what they are. I was just throwing things out,
Sure.
right?
No, we appreciate
You
that.
need to be open to whatever coming from the avenue, coming from the sky. You need to figure out a solution for them.
We'll
right?
work on the sky one. Got it.
Okay. Sky hooks were really popular at one point, so.
I want to apologize for the bubbling. We have bubbled only the items, very specific items that we changed, with the exception of 2 new sheets that were requested because we hadn't shown the lot line elevations. So in those cases, we did bubble the whole page. So I think we have followed what I presume are your new guidelines, but I want to just apologize for that if that's not the case.
So you'll find out what the guidelines are and your next submission will follow them. To the
For
letter.
sure.
Okay.
Which yep. The comment about plaster, it's a cementitious overcoat over CMU. It is cement. It's plaster based, and that's what we mean by that material. So it is prone to, we have a lot of existing wall that's masonry that we will clean up using this. So as opposed to trying to fix all the brick, the front facade will be restored, but the rest of it will be overcoated with this material. That's what we were referring to when we said plaster.
So if you, rather than saying plaster, could you be very specific about the material and say cementitious overcoat? Because otherwise.
Yes, no
I'm
problem.
thinking, plaster.
And then the rear, there was one question, good question in the rear yard. In this case, given it's a community facility, we are compliant with DOB zoning and FDNY with that wall because that is, a community facility can occupy that space fully up to 23 feet in 1 story, which in this case that we do. It would not be compliant in a residential use, but it is in this one. So I just wanted to address that.
Sure. May I ask one last question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because I feel I know the members of the DOT and we work on with them many applications, and we've obviously encountered with both the board and DOT a lot of different types of projects and siting issues. And one of the components that keeps on coming up is this notion that the board doesn't have a enforcement mechanism, and DOT is, there's some 40,000 people that they have, and the police department, they don't have the time to be fully land use action compliance, right? And so the gap here that I feel that needs to be bridged is, I believe DOT is willing to accept this notion that we can put in place human protocols and responsible human beings that can bring children from these transit locations to the door safely. Their concern is, and as Ms. Heyman at DOT, who's, her and I communed on this notion, as I have reviewed many schools arrival and departing, is that a lot of schools simply do not keep up the best laid plans. And so I'm wondering if there is some, working with Sheldon LaBelle PC, if there's some way as one of the tools in the toolbox here, beyond the physical, and of course, this is dependent on whether the charter and the school is willing to do this, whether we are able to develop some sort of framework that can inform the resolution, or whether there's an entity, whether it's through the bid or some local community group, community board, that's willing to enter an MOU or something with the charter that can attest to compliance. Because as you know, we could have our resolution pulled, but I really hate this notion that you could have a great use, but it needs humans to make it work. Things can't always be solved because costs or other issues with physical improvements to a building or attendant conditions such as traffic on a corridor. And so this is, I'm wondering, is the board willing to entertain some concepts if Richard and Fayanne and I can put our heads together to develop some enforcement mechanism that takes the least amount of effort from the board and from DOT, and have you take a look at that concept. It's not something that's been tried, but I'm desperate to, this school is a great school. And I know I kind of run on, but we not only serve as environmental planning council, we serve as school council to help plan the schools and try to get them through. So anything that we can do, particularly for.
Let's just say that the board entertains all ideas, but at the same time, we have a lot of experience with the ideas not working, right? So lots of best laid plans that never, ever are put in place. And then the project comes back for what we call a compliance hearing, and it's totally out of compliance. And so then what do we do, right? And then they apologize, lots of mea culpas go around the room, and then there's nothing to be done about it. We're stuck. So, you're going to have to keep working. You're going to have to keep coming up with ideas. Hopefully the ideas are physical ones. Maybe there's something that you can work on with DOT that is like the 14th Street concept, but more aggressive somehow. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at architectural solutions that involve other people's buildings, basically. So
yeah, fair enough.
There's a price for everything.
Absolutely. I mean, even anyway, I'm just trying to broaden the things that we can discuss so we can, cover all the terrain. So that's all last point I wanted to ask.
Okay, thank you. All right, any other comments from commissioners? Mr. LaBelle, anything you want to add? I'm going to go to the public otherwise.
Yeah, I would just add that, again, for the record, we've been waiting on DOT for probably about a month, and and we would just appreciate a response from them. I understand the challenge posed by the application, but we need resolution, at least in some regard. That and the fact that I would just add, for the purposes of the chair and the commissioner's consideration of character, that of course, as a special permit, I would note that this building is proposed at 36,000 plus square feet and has a total available floor area of 58,000 square feet. So when we talk about the appropriateness of this use and the potential impacts of the building and the use, we note that there are uses here which could literally exist with an additional 50% over what is proposed as the floor area. As a special permit, of course, we would be tied to plans. And so this building actually significantly underutilizes the site in that regard. And we believe will introduce something which will be indeed more contextual and more within the general neighborhood character. But again, Chair, to the extent the board is able to assist us merely from finding out where DOT is at, we would appreciate that.
Hi, I'd like to,
Yeah, go
sorry.
ahead.
I'd just like to say that DOT has been participating in this dialogue. I've had calls with them. They were looking for solutions as well. And we have a follow-up call with them scheduled for this week to discuss this hearing and moving forward.
Ms. Benke, I think maybe on behalf of the applicant, since we haven't been privy to those calls, we're not sure where we sit. So we would either, we just want to be kept in the loop.
Mm-hmm.
Understood. Thank you. All right, let's go to the public. Thank you very much. Let's go to the public. Any member?
Okay,
Go ahead.
Sorry, this case is 2019-298 VC, 506 West 181st Street, Washington Heights, Inwood Music Academy.
Okay. And if you'd like to speak on this, please dial the number on your screen, 646-558-8656, and at the prompt, the number 913-4700-2303 #. And anybody who is in the waiting room right now, in the attendees room, who would like to speak on this matter, raise your Zoom hand, or if you called in, then *9 to raise your Zoom hand and we'll recognize you. So please do that, raise your Zoom hand. Otherwise, we'll assume you're calling for another case. Okay, so in terms of timing on this, it's very difficult. Yeah.
Mr. Medina.
Mr. Medina.
Oh, yeah, sorry, Mr. Medina had his hand. I'm sorry.
Yes, hi. I'd like to thank the commission for taking up this matter and for offering me the opportunity to speak on this subject. My name is Isidro Medina. I am the Executive Director for the Washington Heights Business Improvement District. When this project came to the bid, many representatives from the school came and asked for our opinion. At the very beginning, taking into account that I know the traffic flow on this area, I was a little bit concerned. We have our schools right next to our corridor. And of course, the safety of the students are primary. I work very closely with schools close by. And whenever there are projects, they always come to the bid to see how we can help. This is not a different matter. The school that is being proposed has outstanding reputation. And when I heard about them coming here, I thought it was going to be a positive ingredient for the community, independent of what the economic impact that this will bring to the community by bringing new jobs, the students being part of the community, for the economic prosperity of the area. That is irrelevant when it comes to the safety of the kids. I think that we all understand that. After having sat down and conversations with DOT, we believe that the many opportunities that the school will have in dropping off the students and picking up will be adequate and safe for our students. And I think that it will be a plus for the content of what the school is going to bring to the community. So you would think that a bid might be opposed to school coming over. However, taking into account what the school will bring to the community, we will be in favor of this school on 181st. Also because once the busway is introduced and implemented, it's going to actually reduce the traffic flow on 181st. And for us as a community, that's really important. The traffic flow, particularly on Fridays, is horrible on 181st. If it's proposed as a school, we'll have a laid off or dropping off 181st Street. Might be complicated because it will mean more traffic going to the venue of 181st. If the drop-off can be designated to perhaps Audubon, as it has been discussed, I think will be easier and more convenient. That's all I have to say on the matter. I hope that the commission review this matter. And once DOT assists the conveniences, that we can move forward with the process. And again, I thank the commission for your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your participation. I don't see any other hands up from the members of the public. So then I would just ask Mr. Lobel, what's the guesstimate? Or maybe it's Mr. Williams who's the guesstimate about how to work this out.
Evan, we can't hear you.
Always forgetting the muting. So Tracy, I mean, you know, we appreciate everything you've fostered to date, and that you've been kind of going back and forth with them behind the scenes. And I know Michelle Samuelson had asked, you know, for a copy of our presentation, which mean, you know, they're really trying to look for solutions and ways to make this happen. So if there's another opportunity for us to have a brief discussion, and I think, you know, Richard, Fayan, Mr. Ortiz from the school, and other people that have been involved in planning this project, Carlo, of course, you know, I think we need to investigate the sort of protocol and a potential sort of feedback loop or remedy that we would propose, along with physical measures that DOT might deem possible. But I think we have to look at on both sides. So Tracy, I know you guys have been trying to engage, I think, a back and forth on enforcement and what BSA is willing to do, which is why I brought up the question with the chair. So if there's an opportunity, I guess, where we could maybe put a cap on this one way or another and see what DOT is willing to consider, we would love to have another chance. So, I mean, I think obviously the school is in time constraints right now. So we can discuss our internal discussions about what a safety protocol could look like and how it might be managed with a third party and present that to the board. And then, so I think we need like 30 days. So
30 days?
No, I don't think that's anywhere near enough. All right, so I'm going to give you 6 weeks to submit, and that just means back and forth and back and forth and back and forth with DOT. And in the meantime, the architect, please make the changes to the drawings that have been requested during the review session. And so that we can at least have that up to date, do it immediately, but the back and forth with DOT should be throughout. And 6 weeks to submit means that we'll hear you in like 8 weeks. So that seems like enough time to battle ideas. And I don't know what the outcome will be. So let's just move it on like that. Okay. Thank you all very much for participating and calling in. Okay, let's move on to the next.
New cases, item number 30, 2020, 13 BZ, 71 Smith Street, Brooklyn. Mr. Goldstein, that has got his hands up.
Ready.
Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Go.
Jay Goldstein for the applicant. We listened to the review session. To the start of the PCE was May of 2019. There was a significant delay and shutdown as a result of COVID. So we're hopefully, I think they may have opened up again on Saturday or Sunday at a capacity of like 10 people. So we're waiting for this to be over so that they can get back to business. In terms of the acoustical measures at the ceiling, above the studio is actually the garage for the hotel. So there wasn't a substantial amount of sound attenuation necessary over there. The ceiling has an STC rating of at least 60, and directly above us again is the parking garage. To our right is another PCE, which is currently before the board, a row house. So we're confident that the sound attenuation measures that are in place and that are noted on the plans are sufficient to protect the building. In terms of the sound from the speakers, I tried to get a hold of my client. I was unable to get a hold of my client to get a information on a potential limiter, if there is one in fact on these speakers. But given the location underneath the garage in a hotel building or mixed use building with substantial amount of hotel directly above us, and the gym to our right, we believe that what we have in place is sufficient. And we were open for a substantial amount of time, and to my knowledge, there were no issues with any of the tenants.
Okay, so to just make it easier on everybody, can you please make notations on the drawings to this effect that above the studio is a hotel, if it's not clear on the drawings, and adjacent is another PCE, the row house, and then find out from your client what the limiter is set at, because it should be set at a limiter anyway. And so what it's set at, and then just put that on both your cover letter / statement of facts and the drawings, and then we have it. Okay. Anything else from anybody? Oh,
We have DOI. We have DOI.
DOI. That's what I wanted to be sure. Okay. Okay. So, and we have fire department sign off. Okay. So then, are any other comments from commissioners? I'd like to go to the public. Anybody want to call in on this application? Go ahead, Tony.
2020-13BZ, 71 Smith Street, Brooklyn. This is an F54 PCE.
F45.
F40.
Sorry.
F45? I'm telling you, I think I'm getting dyslexic.
Or something. Okay. All right. So if anybody would like to call in on this, but in the meantime, how much time do you need to make those small changes?
A day.
A day. Okay.
If I can possibly be on for decision on the 9th, it would be helpful.
Okay. It's often hard for us to do that, such quick turnaround, but we'll see. So what was I say? There are people in the attendee room. If you would like to speak on this, please raise your Zoom hand, or if you're calling in, dial *9 to speak. Okay. All right. So I don't have seeing no one. We'll put this on as soon as possible. I'll note that you need 2 weeks to submit. Okay.
Do you want to close?
Yeah. 2 weeks to submit. Okay. For a motion to close?
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item number 31, 2020-20 BZ 245 Park Avenue, Manhattan. This is a swing PCE, and we have DOI.
Great. Yeah. All right, I see. Whose case is this? I see someone named Scott Young in our room.
I don't know. This is a Roth crew. It should be the Todd or Adam that I know of.
I don't see.
Oh, I don't know. Vin Roy, are you on?
Oh,
Mr. Young is the operator according to the registration.
okay. So why don't we have him unmute himself?
Okay, we'll swear him in.
Yeah. And I don't know about his counsel. I don't see anyone. Mr. Young, can you unmute yourself? Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. How are you all? Thank you for having me.
Okay.
Tony's here. I was just speaking with him.
Oh.
Let me. Yep, he should be there, I think.
If he's called in on the telephone, Mr. Dale, please press *9 to raise your hand because we have 2 telephone numbers.
Let's see. So the people, there's one telephone number with last 3 digits 203 and another one called call-in user 1. If you're calling about 245 Park Avenue, please raise your hand by dialing *9. Otherwise, I think, I don't know what to say other than a second call this. Let's see if there was anything else. Will that require okay, let's just ask, because the only thing we really needed to know were the hours of operation and the massage, which Mr. Young can.
Yes, ma'am. There's definitely no massage. The hours of operation will be as you suggested, 6 to 11, probably 6 till 10. So that's 6 to 11 works for us. Definitely not 24 hours.
Okay, so it's 6 to
I got to swear a minute.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Tony. I'm sorry. I jumped the gun. Okay.
Raise your right hand. It's you can't even see, but do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your, there you go.
There you are.
And nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to honestly respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect.
Okay, so let's do that again. What are the hours of operation and days of week?
6 to 11, Monday to Friday, and Saturday and Sunday, 6 to 11.
Oh, so it's the same.
Yes, we're not.
11,
Yes,
7 days a week.
yes, ma'am.
Okay, 7 days. All right. All right. And then in terms of massages, you said no massage.
No, not at all.
So what is that about the physical therapy for golf-related injury? What's that about?
So we've got a physical therapy on site, and we obviously just have 2 very small showers for people to have a shower and return to work.
Okay, so what you have is a PT. You have a licensed PT.
Correct.
Are we required to get licenses from the PT? No.
No, they've got a license. They're an independent contractor. Yeah.
Right. No, what I meant to say is I think we're only required to get masseur licenses, not PT licenses. Okay, that's a internal conversation.
Roger
Okay.
that. Yep.
Right, okay. All right then. I don't think there were any other questions, right? Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Young, for doing this. All right.
Oh, pleasure. Pleasure.
Yeah, Todd said his link is not working.
All right. We're going to have a little technical discussion with Todd. He seems to have troubles with this. All right. So this is 245 Park Avenue in Manhattan. The case is 2020-20BZ. If you would like to speak about this case, please call the number on your YouTube screen, 646-558-8656. And at I'm turning off Todd, muting him because he's got background noise.
I killed the background noise. Sorry about that.
Okay. All right. So
a little bit of a link issue.
Todd, we're basically done. We're now in the public invite. So I'm trying to invite the public to join in by calling the number on their screen and then dialing that number 913-4700-2303 #. So if anybody is interested in speaking on this case, please dial in. And anybody who is already in the attendee list who would like to speak on 245 Park Avenue, please press *9 or raise your Zoom hand. Okay. All right. So I don't see actually any requirements for, we've made a note about the hours of operation. Is that sufficient, counsel, our counsel?
Jamba has a hand up.
Oh, she does? Okay, go ahead.
Oh, we did have, there was a question regarding this sound limiter and sound attenuation measure was not provided in the plan.
Okay, so Mr. Young, can you talk about?
Sure. So the space that I've taken over is 3 cafes whereby having seen the cafes, the music was reasonably loud. I'm going to be having extremely low ambient music. There'll be golf balls being hit into a simulated screen, which is all self-contained. And that's basically it. There's no real sound issues with this type of space that I see.
Okay, so
And we're in a concrete shell too. We are in the concrete shell of the space.
Why is it a concrete shell?
To the lower level. It's above Grand Central Station.
Oh.
It's surrounded in concrete. It's like a concrete square, if you like.
Oh, interesting.
And just to confirm, I know I'm late to proceeding, but there's no heavy weights being dropped. It's resistance training. So it wouldn't even be the activities you'd normally associate with vibration or sound with a typical PCE.
We were specifically interested in the sound limiter on the speakers. So if you have sound, how are you limiting the amount of sound that comes out of those?
We've only at this stage got televisions to play football or the sport. The sound limitations, when we can put that on a speaker limitation, again, it's not a gym music, it's just for background noise.
Okay, so maybe what we could get is a submission quickly for Mr. Dale that just articulates the following: the hours of operation, 6 a.m. to 11 p.m., 7 days a week, that there is no massage, instead it's a physical therapist, and that the sound will be on a limit. Well, describe what the sound system is, that it's some kind of television sound.
Yeah, it's just for sport in the background, so they can watch football or the Jets or the Giants.
But I mean, when you're driving the balls into the screen, there's no sound related to that?
Oh, it's an enclosure. So the whole golf simulator is an enclosure. So there's no escape of that. And then there's the premise walls behind that. So
okay.
I teach currently in right next door at 277 Park, and that also is in the exact same 50 levels of commercial above and offices.
We approved that.
Pardon me?
I think we had approved that last year.
Right. Okay.
I think so.
Yeah. Talk about this too.
So noted.
Yeah.
I will submit a statement regarding those 3 items by the end of tomorrow.
Excellent. Okay, so then I would like to make a motion to close. And
Chair Perlmutter.
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda.
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta.
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you very much. The
Thank
case
you.
is closed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, all.
Okay.
Item number 32.
Yeah,
Okay.
sorry. Don't even.
Item number 32, 2020-31, BZ 100 William Street, Manhattan. This is the PCE, Orange Theory Fitness. And we have DOI.
Great.
Hi, Frank St-Jacques, Ackerman LLP for the applicant.
Hi. Okay, go ahead, Tony.
Oh, sorry. Do you affirm, raise your right hand, do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth of your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to my questions?
I do.
Okay, proceed.
So we listened to today's review session and can provide a submission with respect to the sound attenuation. The applicant worked with Cerami Sound Consultants. I don't know that the space is still under construction. I think it's very near completion. I'm not sure if the sound limitation has been set up yet, as the studio is still in construction, but I've made that request to the applicant to provide that information. So we should be able to give you that. I'm just not sure if it's available yet. I will note that that the space was designed to be fully sound attenuated. There are dropped insulated ceilings as well as flooring. The speakers in the fitness studio are all aimed downward toward the interior of the space. So there's nothing, it's not anticipated to have any effect for, this space does have a significant amount of glazing as opposed to other spaces, but the studio itself is only glazed on, the fitness studio where the activity is taking place and where that is, where the sound is generated, that's only glazed on the John Street facade and the plaza facade. So it's, although there are 3 facades with windows, only 2 are where the music is happening in the studio. All that said, we'll provide a submission detailing the sound consultant's recommendation for the space, how it's been installed, and I'm hoping that it's available, but any of the settings with respect to the limiter, if it's not set up yet, we'll ask the sound consultant to just describe what it will be set at and what the intention is to achieve there. I believe that addresses all the questions.
So just explain one more time, the 3 windows, the issue was that the speakers are located against the windows. So the question is, why isn't why are the windows really attenuating the sound, et cetera, et cetera?
So the speakers are not located against the windows or near the windows, and we can, I guess, show photographs there. My understanding of the concern was that this space has a lot of glazing. It's essentially a triangular space, so 3 sides of the entire PCE. Are walls with windows to the exterior. There's a facade to William Street, a facade to John Street, and a facade to the plaza of 100 William. The fitness studio itself, which is enclosed within the space, that's where the speakers are. That's the portion of the PCE that's fully sound attenuated. That only has 2 facades with windows. I'm just pointing that out. The speakers within that space are affixed to the walls, and they're pointed downwards and sort of into the interior of the space. They worked with the sound consultant to essentially assure that the sound would be attenuated within that fitness studio area. But we'll provide as much information on that specific point.
And about the limiters and so on, right?
Sure,
okay.
absolutely.
So if you could provide then your sound consultant's information and put that information on the drawings and in your cover letter, then we would be able to wrap that whole situation up, okay? Should appear on the drawings and on the cover letter and with backup from the sound consultant, okay?
I'd be happy to provide that, and we can do that very quickly.
But this is under construction. This isn't finished yet, right? It's not a...
Correct. I think they're very near to construction, or excuse me, very near to completion, but it is not complete. It is not open. It's not operational.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any other questions, comments from commissioners? No? Okay, so let's go to the public and see if anyone is interested in calling in on this one.
This is 2020-31BZ, 100 William Street, Manhattan. This is the PCE.
So please call the number on your screen if you would like to speak about this. So Mr. Frank Sanjak, how much time will you need to respond to this?
I actually just received the sound report in my email as we were speaking, and I'll be in touch with the architect tonight to add details to the plans, and I'll be in touch with the applicant with respect to the limiter. I mean, before the end of the week, we can provide a submission.
Okay. All right then. So I don't think we have anyone calling in. If anyone who is in the waiting room would like to speak on this, please raise your Zoom hand. Otherwise, or if you're on the telephone, *9. Just giving a second to see if anyone does that. No hands go up. So, all right. So I would like to then close this hearing and allow 2 weeks to submit. Okay.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Okay.
Thank
All
you.
righty, next item
Thank
is
you.
item 33, 2019-225.
Oh, wait.
BZ.
This is going to be a long case. We've been at this, haven't we been at this for 2 hours? Yes. 10-minute break, back at 4:45. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. Thanks, everybody.
we ready?
Hello.
Hello. Hi.
Good afternoon.
All right. If the commissioners could come back, please. We have Commissioner Shanta down here someplace. Yes. Okay, we're ready to go.
Is it live? Yeah. Oh, ready?
Yes, ready to go.
Okay. Okay, we're back on the record. This is the public hearing for October 20th, 2020, 2 p.m. session. The following cases to be discussed: 2019-225 BZ through 2019-253 BZ. The addresses are 70-114 Tennyson Drive, 348 to 370 Nelson Avenue, and 6 through 50 Fitzgerald Avenue, Staten Island. Is a variance application. Mr. Rampula, do you have anybody else with you?
I have Peter Rampuller in the office. Yes.
Oh, so, okay.
Oh, he's not calling in separately.
No.
Okay.
Okay, and Mr. Williams is also with you?
No, he is.
I am Phil.
Yes, he is. There he is.
Okay. Can I swear you guys in? Is that it? Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
All right, proceed, Mr. Rampula.
We followed the review session and took our notes, and I may be jumping all over the page, but I'd like to address it if I may, if I could jump right in.
Yes.
One of the things that Commissioner Chandra brought up was the lot sizes, and that why did we go with such big lot sizes? I just wanted to point out in the special South Richmond district for an R3A zoning district, the minimum lot size is 3325. So increases from 2375 non-South Richmond to 3325 South Richmond, and the lot width increases to 35-foot lot width. And that's why you see that as of right. There was a discrepancy between 23 and 24 two-family homes on the as of right scenario. That discrepancy arises from the previous board case, which we did in 2012, where we had a private road that went through the as of right scenario. And given the current state of GCL 36, I did not think that the private road would be in as of right condition. So we took it out. So with the private road, we were able to get 24 units. Eliminating the private road on the as of right, we got 23 units. I'm sorry for the discrepancy, but we will clean that up in future submissions.
Wait a minute, I didn't think that that was the issue. I thought it was in your financials, you described 24 units, and in your proposed, you showed 23 units. So the financials don't match.
Correct. The financials would be corrected. Correct.
All right, so that the issue is that the financials are showing more units than what's on your as of right. So you need to correct one of those.
Absolutely.
Okay.
If you remember, Chair, we had this application, the previous application was approved in 2012. We had a condominium apartment type building proposed that was all single family detached homes. And it was approved right after Sandy took place, like in 2012.
Wait a minute, under the variance? I thought that was a multi-unit building, not single families.
Well, it's a multi-unit building, but they were all, I would call them single family apartments.
What's that mean? What kind of apartment isn't single family?
Well, you're right. It was an apartment building that we were going to turn into condominiums. and that was approved on February 14th, 2012.
Right.
The client had every intention of going ahead with that, but the new FEMA regulations came out in 2014, and we stopped what we were doing, and we started understanding what the new regulations are. This goes to one of the comments from Commissioner Sheta. We have fill on the site as shown on the soil borings, and you're not allowed to do standard foundations in a AE zone. You have to go down with piles to support it. So that's why on one of our drawings, we're showing a little detail of where the piles are beneath the concrete foundation. I also want to point out that in accordance with the 2012 approval, the basis of the A finding, the uniqueness, has already been established, and the board found that having a privately owned but unbuilt street that goes through your property that you own, and it's roughly 57,000 square feet, which is roughly 32% of our lot, does qualify as a unique condition. And the board recites that in the resolution. They also cite that due to the presence of the unmapped street, there's an inability to utilize the full potential of the lot area and the floor area. So the floor area, the floor area yield is greatly reduced when you look at the as of right condition. They also found that we did extensive research on the subsurface conditions. And Chair, you had mentioned something about strata and looking at the strata, and that's exactly what we did. We pulled Department of Buildings records for the relatively new development, Sailor's Key, which is on the other side of Nelson Avenue. And we found that they had good soil, but we didn't. We pulled records for houses that were on Mansion Avenue. We found the same condition. And we pulled the records for, I believe it was houses on Ackerman or Fitzgerald, and they had good soil. And I put into my record.
Can you show me that PDF and guide me where is the difference between what they have and what you have?
It is, it was submitted.
Yeah, there are some borings there. They're
Yes,
very.
I know, I did look at it. I'm looking at a PDF called Exhibit 2. Is that what you're talking about?
I believe it is.
Okay, can you guide me in which page you're talking about differences between what you have on your site and other sites?
I just need a second to pull it out, Commissioner.
Okay.
You have
Because, by
5
the way,
seconds.
it's super hard to read, right?
You want me to make it easier and share my screen with you?
Yeah, maybe that's
Sure.
good.
Okay, here we go. This is the PDF you're talking about, based on which you're saying your site is much worse than the others. How's that?
This is not the first sheet of Exhibit 2. Do you have the first sheet of Exhibit 2?
This is page 1 of Exhibit 2. It's 6 pages. It's a board location plan for a house. First of all, this PDF is
No, this was,
really.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, but this one was superseded.
All right, there's another one also. So if you go to a later submission, find existing conditions. I don't know where it is. There was a submission that was a little later. like more like in June,
Correct.
but I don't know which one it is, so.
It's
So this is August 30th. Can you share your screen with me?
I don't have it loaded on my screen. I apologize. I
No, so
didn't.
that's August 30th, 2019. I think the
Yes.
one that's called soil location diagram is the later one. It's
I have that one. I looked at it. It doesn't have anything to do with soil strength. I'll open it. Give me 1 second.
Oh,
It says soil location diagram, right?
yeah,
Right.
scroll down
What-
and you'll see some borings, whether or not they're the right ones, I don't know.
Hold on.
I'm not seeing your screen, Commissioner.
Well, he's
I-
trying.
Give me a second. Okay, this is what you're talking about?
Hold on. Yes, so in blue
Okay.
are those are the records that we pulled, yes.
Okay, where are the pages? Which page you're referring to?
So the first one,
The first one doesn't have any geotechnical data. The first one just locations for houses. It doesn't tell anything.
go to the
I
next
want to
page.
take a look at it. Just bear with
Go
me,
to the next page. Go to the next page.
okay? It's a location plan as well.
So that's the location plan of the boring. Do you see, you're sharing the screen? Here's the boring location right here.
Okay,
Now for
where
the
is the
results.
boring that says your soil is worse
Now,
than it?
so now if you go to the next page, is
Okay,
the results of that boring,
where are these results? Explain them to me, please.
right here. And this is showing, can you make this bigger?
Yes, no, I can't. This is it. Hold on 1 second.
You can make it bigger. There you go.
Yes, I'm trying to zoom in the original file. Does that make it bigger?
Yes.
Yeah, he's showing
Yes,
class 7-65
okay.
down at,
You know what class 7 is?
tell me, please.
Class 7
I
is
can't
filled.
second guess you anymore.
No. Class 7 is filled.
And then he's got good soil down around, well, he's got
So-
fine to medium sand between 5
Yes.
and 10, and then he's got some silt at 10.
Yeah, fine to medium sand could be very strong material, and it could be garbage material, strength-wise. Fine to medium sand does not mean anything for a geotechnical engineer. It's just fine to medium in size. But sand strength is measured by something called standard penetration test in the field. If you look at your borings, and that's what I mentioned, if you look at your borings, let me share the screen.
What
for
about
your
the,
borings, just to save your time and my time. I'll share that with you in a second. Give me 1 second.
are you looking at the blow counts too?
This is what we call it N values, the blow counts. Yes. Give me 1 moment. I'll save you your time. Share that. Okay. This is the boring location plan for your site. Do you see it?
Yep.
I'm gonna walk you through your borings. Number one, I'm gonna be waiting from you for something in writing to tell me where in the building code it says you cannot put buildings other than on piles in AE zone, because I looked at Appendix G and I couldn't see it. But this is the boring location plan. I'm
But
highlighting.
your solution is to take out the 9 to 15 feet of fill and put in.
This is not my solution. This is any feasible geotechnical engineer solution. And I'm gonna show you why in a second. Hold
But
on.
not in a flood zone. You can't do that in a flood zone.
Just let me proceed, please. Do you see this boring? This is boring number 4. You see that?
I see it.
Okay, the only spot you get bad soil is S2. Before that and after that, beautiful. This is extra strength material. N value of 10 is kind of alarming. Above that, it's okay. Below that, if it's up to 7, we can do 2 things. We can do something called proof rolling. And I'm teaching you geotechnical engineering for free now to save you money. You can do proof rolling, get a dozer or get a heavy compactor. After you dig, proof roll that. And after that, you test the material. And if you, Chair, you're muted.
Just 1 second. Could Commissioner Ali Brown just really wants to say something before we get into the details here? Go ahead.
Vice Chair was knocked off and couldn't get back on. I don't know if she's back on. but
Never
she
mind.
wrote
I
me.
just got it. I just got it.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. I
Okay.
just
Sorry to interrupt.
Okay. I didn't read your lips, so okay, thanks. All right, sorry, go ahead.
So if you get like material less than 10 blows, what you do is, if it's, let's say 5 feet, 7 feet, even 10 feet, you cut to that material and you either replace it, you dig below it and you replace it. And if replacing is gonna be costly, what you do is you compact it, you improve it in place. They call that ground improvement. And ground improvement techniques, you have tons of techniques you could follow. You don't need to go to piles with material that's, if you, N value is, you see these 4 numbers, you see that 12, 16, 9, 9.
I do.
That N value is the summation of the second and the third. What we do is we dig a spoon, we hammer a spoon into ground, and we count every 6 inches how many blows it gets. That's why they call it blow count. And the first 6 inches and the last 6 inches, we exclude that because we believe that they are not so accurate. So we add up the second and the third. And if you add up the second and the third, that's gonna give you the blow count. For sample number 1, which is irrelevant actually, because you're gonna get that, dig that, it's very high. Sample number 3, very high, and so on. The only one that looks bad is sample number 2. And you could dig, this is 6, 3 plus 3, that's 6. You could proof roll that, it's gonna be beautiful. But if you continue on the next page, again, you're gonna see you have nothing bad. Next page. Again, sample number 2, next page. Sample number 2, next page.
Yeah, but you have good soil on top of bad soil.
Next
You have good soil on top of bad soil, sir.
So
Am I
what?
wrong? Are my engineers
Yes, you are.
wrong? We've been on this job since 2010.
Look, I don't know.
I mean, you
I don't know your
can't trust
engineer.
you can't trust dynamic. You can trust dynamic compaction when you're starting low and you're going high, and you can compound every 6 inches. But this is the reverse. How do you do the dynamic compaction when you have bad soil down at 20, 15?
Where is 20? Hold on, where is 20?
Well, you got it at S2, you got it at 8 feet, right?
No, that's 5 feet. You want me to zoom it?
No, look at the right. Look at his note on the right, 8 feet. Right here.
No, the sample is taken from 5. Usually we sample this 0 to 2, 5 to 7, 10 to 12. This is the way we sample.
But why would the engine?
It says 8 inches.
No, it says
If you
8 feet. Oh my God.
Sir, if you look at S2, it's 5 feet 6 inches. The material is 1165 and the blow count is 4325. This S2 is highlighted to the left and it's from 5 feet to 7 feet. That's what we're talking about.
I will respond to your concerns in writing, sir.
These are not concerns. These are facts. If you look at the next one, let me do you a favor and show you where is your problem. If you look at the next one, You got S2 and S4. That's it. If you go to in my opinion, the worst two is B10 and B11. You see B10 and B11, B11 actually is really bad. It sounds like somebody dug this. When he backfilled it back, he didn't put the fill in layers and he didn't compact that fill. If you go all the way to page 1, you see B10 and B11 are contained in a specific spot. If your architect is interacting with your geotechnical engineer, if I'm the geotechnical engineer, I would suggest to the architect, if you can avoid putting a building in this spot, let's do it. If not, dig this area down to a river and either compact this material or replace it. You're done. You don't need piles on this job, period.
Okay, sir.
And what I mentioned during my
I'll respond in writing.
do so. If you look at yesterday's cases, it was a case in Queens that soil over there is filled down probably to 20 feet. And what they did, because they are not applying for variance, they don't want to claim hardship based on subsurface. They did something actually very smart. They followed the code provisions for like the ability to put the foundations on fill. But I questioned yesterday that they satisfied the requirements for the code for the testing. So what you can do is, when you dig the footing, you go deeper to 8 feet per the code requirement, and you make sure that that fill is okay. And if the fill is okay from constitution-wise, that its constitutions are not like wood, plastic, that garbage material, you could use that fill to put your building foundation on it without need for piles. You don't have a subsurface. This site, like I said during the executive session, this site is one of the best waterfronts I ever seen subsurface conditions wise. You don't have peat, you don't have very soft clay here. There is nothing.
Okay, so having made that point, you can, Mr. Rampula, you can attempt to refute the point, but let's move on to other points that's about the subsurface conditions, okay?
Okay. You raised the question about the availability of a sewer. So I have 5 streets here. You would think there was a sewer in Nelson Avenue, but there is not. There is an interceptor sewer that runs through Tennyson Drive, but an interceptor sewer can only take street flow. It cannot and is not allowed to take house connections. So when a previous rendition of this project went forward, the DEP told Wall & O'Mara, the engineer, that the only sewer allowed for them is located at the intersection of Cleveland Avenue and Tennyson Drive. So to bring that sewer in and service these buildings requires an internal drain. And I don't want to get back to Commissioner Shetter's point, but I have to. So when you dig down for a sewer, you're excavating. You're going to go through some of that bad soil. And our structural engineer recommended that the sewer be supported by piles, wood piles, on a concrete cradle, just to make sure that the sewer doesn't collapse or break or settle through time. So these are some of the points brought out in the 2012 BSA approval. And Chair, if you remember, I had requested a number of different pre-application meetings, because when we got into the design of the building, we were finding that the red steel and the poured concrete was beyond the limits of wood pilings. So we wanted to change the housing typology, plus the fact that Appendix G and the building code was telling us we could not add soil to a site to raise the grade. They're concerned about the washing away or the scouring of any kind of fill material on the site.
So for one, I don't know if you're talking about pre-application meetings before the 2012. Is that what you're talking about?
No, after the 2012.
So subsequent ones. So I don't actually have recollections about the pre-application meetings, but besides that, the DEP requirements for the previous applications, it seems like the only ones you gave us were from 2002, were for a completely different project. And predated by a lot, Storm Sandy, where all kinds of changes were made, right? And then the other issue is.
But that didn't change the location of the sewer, Chair.
No. In terms of, we're talking about soil conditions and so on.
Right.
This is a waterfront site. So the idea of using waterfront issues as part of your hardship seems misplaced, because all the sites that are on the waterfront have waterfront issues about having to arguably put the sewer access to utilities on piles on cradles. But the fact is also, as was discussed by the other commissioners, I don't understand this. We often see large development sites, and sometimes they even have to provide their own sewer plant. I know DEP has recently changed its rules because they have an overtaxed storm sewer system and even sanitary system. And they are requiring now, which is what they didn't used to require, individual systems on all the new developments, especially ones of this scale. So you can't really be using 2002 DEP instructions when, almost 20 years have passed since that was considered, and a lot of intervening events occurred.
In all due respect, if I may, I think you're talking about ejector pumps or pump stations where you don't have gravity working in your favor. So this is designed as a gravity sewer, right? And to drag it into the site does require it to be on a concrete cradle at its least. And our engineer has told us we should do piles and then the concrete cradle and do a gravity. There's no, the one in Cleveland, the sewer in Cleveland Avenue is low enough that we can reach it by gravity. And we don't have to do a force main or an ejector pump or an on-site sanitary sewer treatment plant. So that condition hasn't changed. We've monitored, we've been on this job for a very long time, and we are familiar with the conditions. We've had ongoing consultations and talks with our engineer as to the availability of a sanitary sewer, and only Cleveland Avenue is available to us. To drag that sewer in more than a city block long is a unique condition that is not shared by anyone within the 400-foot radius diagram, nor beyond the 400-foot radius diagram. And to have a mapped, privately owned street is the only condition that exists there within the 400-foot radius diagram and beyond the 400-foot radius diagram. So I would like to continue talking about.
Before you continue, what is the invert level for that sewer? That your structure engineer told you that it need piles.
Hold on.
Sorry, I couldn't understand that question.
He's looking for the invert elevation of the sewer.
What is the invert? Yeah. And how long is being in place, by the way?
How long what, sir?
How long it has been in place, that sewer? It's there for how long? And by the way, while you're looking, I just looked at the file that you submitted for geotech for adjacent buildings. they have same exact typical condition like yours. If you look at the borings in that PDF, 10 feet and up, you have the same condition, low blow counts from 5 to 10. Even in some occasions, it's even worse.
One car crash at a time, if you don't mind.
Sure, I'm sorry.
So to answer your question about the invert elevation, and I've submitted this plan from 2004, the invert elevation at the nearest manhole, which is 10 feet away from our connection, is at, hold on, minus 6.
I'd make it easier. How deep is it?
It's minus 6.05. We're up near elevation.
So about 10 feet. It's about 11 feet below grade. So this is beyond some spots for bad material you have. This is within the very strong subsurface. So I'm not sure why your structure is telling you that it needs piles.
Because you're gonna drag that sewer at 1/8 of an inch to a foot, right? To get gravity.
That applies to every single sewer you wanna dig and connect to, right?
Right.
If we agree that the invert is beyond the bad subsurface, if any, then you're saying you're gonna drag that. It applies to every single existing sewers that you wanna connect to.
No, sir.
Subsurface is not an issue here.
You know, our subsurface isn't a straight line of bad soil or questionable soil. It could do this, and you know it could do this. If you're an engineer,
yes,
and you want to do it on the side of safety, you're going to put in piles because you're going through crap soil.
The soil is the sewer is already there. It's great support.
Oh, the sewer.
You're gonna dig.
No, the sewer's not there, right? The sewer's
in Cleveland Avenue. The sewer that we're talking about is in Cleveland Avenue near Tennyson Drive. Not on our side.
You're talking about two sewers. One of them. Let me just repeat that. We're talking about two cases. One of them is an existing sewer. One of them is a new sewer proposed. For the proposed one, you're gonna dig at least 11 feet to put the sewer in. Correct?
No.
Let's say 10 feet to make it easy.
No. I'm gonna make my connection and I'm gonna dig my connection down 10 or 11 feet. But when I start the sewer near the buildings, I'm gonna go as shallow as I possibly can, which is probably 4 feet below grade. So now I'm in a layer, right? I'm in a layer that I have bad soil right below that layer. So I have to support that sewer.
You're not. You don't have bad soil at all. It's just up to 5 feet. That's what you have. And if you don't want to buy that, hold on.
okay. So I don't want to spend too much more time on this.
1 second, Chair, please. This is
take-
important.
All right.
This is the subsurface condition submitted for the adjacent property. This is the first page, page 13. There is no boring profiles before that, but look at this boring. You got 3, 7. So up to 10 feet, you have low blow counts. Next page, you got 3.
10 feet signifies water, doesn't it? That's
Why are you talking about water in the waterfront?
The dashed line signifies water on the soil boring. So you go down 11 feet, you're hitting water.
Yes, but this is a waterfront. Are you expecting to dig and dry in a waterfront?
You're talking about getting down to good soil. To get down to good soil.
No, I'm saying, no. No, you misunderstood. What I'm saying is.
Sorry, I need to interrupt. We have feedback. Someone has to turn off their YouTube video and mute themselves.
I don't have a YouTube.
I'm hearing someone talking. Please mute yourself. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, if you look at the borings for the adjacent neighbors, that you claim that they have better subsurface than yours. This is incorrect. They have probably, in some occasions, they are worse. I'm showing you borings. Look, 4, 4, 3, 4, 6, up to 10 feet, 3, 4. All these conditions are very similar to what you have. And even you have more limited spots that has low glue counts. And trust me, if you don't want to do it, it's up to you. But you don't need piles on this side, period.
Okay. Okay, I'd like to move off the bad soil conditions.
Yes.
There's so
But
many-
I just have a question though. You have a development on Sweetwater. That's a whole bunch of houses. Where did they get there? And it's across the street, sort of it's on Nelson and Sweetwater.
Right.
Where did they get their sewer connections from?
They have them in hold on. Let me bring up my 400-foot radius. Can I open up my plans?
I don't know. That's
That's a trick.
Kurt's in charge of that. I don't know.
So the Sweetwater has a sewer. Nelson Avenue does not have a sewer.
So there's a development right on Nelson Avenue that has many houses that front on Crispy Lane.
Crispy Lane.
That's a lot of houses, like 30, it was like 43 houses. Where do they get their sewer from?
Sweetwater, and I don't know where else, because Sweetwater is the only sewer that's around there.
So maybe they created their own sewer. They brought their sewer lines to that 43 unit development way back in whenever this was built.
I can't speak to it, Chair.
I know, but that's the point, is that many developments are required to bring sewer systems to their sites, especially when the site is remote from, particularly when the site is remote from existing development. And we see so many sites in Staten Island where it's a completely remote site. It's never been developed. We actually had one recently in a wetland that applied for GCL waiver, right? There's just, it's kind of standard. There's places where there's no access to sewers that can support so many units. So yeah, sure, they bring in new sewer systems. And you don't look, it's not legitimate to look at a 1,000-foot radius to see whether they have access to the sewer. Isn't it the cost of doing business to connect to sewer systems when you're going to develop so many units?
If I could develop the entire zoning lot, yes. And if I can,
No one is stopping you from developing your zoning lot.
No,
That's the point is.
That's
So
not true.
we talked about that before. Tennyson it's your call whether you use Tennyson as a map street and an access point under GCL 36 not requiring a waiver, or like you did previously, build in the bed of the map street, get a GCL 35 waiver. You already got it once and amended the application. So you could take advantage of the entire site, and then you would need, maybe you wouldn't be able to access it as cheaply because you have already a map street that all you have to do is improve it, but you can't have it both ways. Either you improve it and you access, or you build in the bed and you access another way.
To that point, the GCL 35 was pre-PR, meaning pre-Phil Rampuller. I did not handle that case.
Okay, so
in today's political atmosphere, building in the bed of the map street is not going to be looked on fondly. In 2012, under that administration for Staten Island, both the councilman and the borough president wanted Tennyson Drive open to its full mapped width with sidewalks on both sides of Tennyson Drive. Their thinking and their reasoning for that was a public benefit. What's happening now with Seaside Park is that Nelson Avenue is a dead-end street, and that's the main access into the park. So people are parking all along Tennyson Drive and Nelson Avenue and accessing the park. They want the elected officials at the time, I don't know where the elected officials are now with the opening of Tennyson Drive, But the elected officials at the time wanted the full width of Tennyson Drive opened. This way, we would be creating parking on both sides of the street. So, and there's also a widening line on Nelson Avenue by 12 or 14 feet. They wanted that widened. And by the time we widened these, put in Tennyson Drive, widen Nelson Avenue, we were adding 86 on-street parking spaces to the site. And they have said, the politicians have said, that Tennyson Drive is the missing link between Mansion Avenue and Tennyson Drive that connects the two neighborhoods. You brought up a point before about the Parks Department. So the Parks Department goes ahead and builds this new park. So it's part of a big part of our site is not on the waterfront. We're fronting a park on the other side of Tennyson Drive. On their own, the Parks Department, if you look at my site plan, the Parks Department put a secondary entrance into the park right near the intersection of Cleveland Avenue. They were under the impression that Tennyson Drive was a mapped city street that they had every right to open. When we contacted them and said, "What are you doing?" They said, "Well, it's a mapped street." And we said, "Well, you need our permission because we own the bed of the street." So again, our elected officials got us together with the Parks Department, and to Commissioner Shabetta's point, we played nice in the sandbox. We gave the Parks Department an agreement, a filed agreement that allows them to use Tennyson Drive with the walkway that they have already put in, no cost to the city of New York. They have to indemnify us for any accidents. And at such time, after Tennyson Drive is opened and improved, they'll truncate their walkway so that it leads out to the sidewalk on that side of Tennyson Drive. So we have, go ahead.
Mr. Angela, was there any consideration given to the applicant?
No, none at all. We did the right thing as far as the Parks Department and the public benefit is concerned. And I'd like that to be on record also.
Okay. But in terms of whether it's a hardship, it may be something that you did that was the right thing, but I don't see how it's affecting your ability to develop the site. And
I'm
again,
not
if
claiming
Tennyson
it.
is a map street.
I'm not claiming
Okay. All right. Okay. So there. So, but if Tennyson is a map street, then you do need to respond to my question where here you are accessing in your proposed Tennyson, from Tennyson, you're accessing your units from Tennyson without having to go for a mapping action, which is time consuming, costly, politically fraught, et cetera, et cetera. And so that's actually an enormous savings, time and money savings, which should be factored into this analysis. And without it, you couldn't access those units. So I'm
sorry.
I'm not really getting the issue there. And by the way, it's actually a DOB and city planning call about whether or not you can use the floor area in the bed of the mapped privately owned street. I do think it does count as a street as defined in the zoning resolution. Therefore, you can't use the floor area, but I'm not sure if that's how it's been interpreted by DOB because they do have that TPPN out there, right?
Okay, so a few things, if I may.
Mm-hmm.
I don't need a mapped 80-foot wide street to access my site for a low impact townhouse development. The curb to curb asphalt is 54 feet wide. Yes, that gives us the ability to park on both sides of the street, but I can park on both sides of the street with 34 feet.
But that wouldn't get you a legally mapped street. That would get you another one of those Staten Island disasters that creates fire hazards and maintenance problems.
Okay, okay, Chair.
you have
38
is a
38
legal
feet.
street.
The fire department allows 38 feet.
No. The Department of Transportation allows streets that are kind of acceptable DOT widths. That's probably how they determined that mapping width, right? You're not going to, you have to assume what you're working on is the 38-foot idea through the BSA, but that's not the width that's mapped in a mapping action.
50 feet is mapped on a mapping action. Minimum 50 feet. It's under 12-10 of the zoning resolution under the definition of streets. It's got to be 50 feet. I'm mapped at 80. I don't need an 80-foot wide street. I'll do it with 50.
So then again, apply for a GCL 35 modification of the width of the roadway. If it's too much, I mean, I don't know how they came up with 80, right? If it's too much, if it's unnecessary, but if DOT terms it to be necessary, then that's what you would have gotten mapped.
So
right?
this board, this
right?
board will entertain a GCL 35 for this case.
We've looked at GCL 35s already on the site. So,
But you looked at 72. You
depending
looked
on
at
how
72
DOT
21s
responds,
on
whether
the
it's
site.
part of the capital plan, etc.
But Chair, you looked at 72 21s.
Sorry,
on the
you're
site.
breaking up. I can't hear anything you're saying. You're breaking up.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Rampula, you need to reconnect because we can't hear you.
I need to reconnect.
Unless it's me. Is it me?
It might be you. I hear him.
Can people hear me?
We
Yes.
can hear you, but I can't
Okay,
see you.
I'm
I can see
disconnecting.
Marjorie.
I have to come back on.
Yeah,
see
we can
Marjorie.
hear, I can hear Mr. Rampola clearly and see
I
him.
can't hear you. I'm sorry. I'm going to have to
No, mute.
You're muted.
Unmute. There you go.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Rampula, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear anything you said about the GCL 35. Other than that, it was funny.
I'd like to know if this board, if you're not, I mean, the board, you told me that the board previously approved GCL 35, so why wouldn't they approve another GCL 35?
No, I didn't say it like that. I just said simply that the board has previously on this site approved the GCL 35. I don't know now, 18 years later, if there's a difference between DOT's view of this roadbed. No idea.
My point is, the board previously approved GCL 35s. The board also previously approved the 7221. I'm on the 7221 track.
I know that, but don't mix apples with bananas, all right? You're complaining that you can't use the full site. Tennyson includes a street that's privately owned, a map street that's privately owned. So arguably, you could build in the bed of the map street if DOT agreed to allow you to, right? Because we always rely on DOT, right? Or maybe DOT would allow you to reduce the width of this map street. We see that all the time. So maybe it's something to do, right? We're not going to rely on any of the findings from an expired variance. We look at these variances de novo every time they have to be refiled. And as is quoted often, and I'd love counsel to cite to that one case, the position.
Cowan versus Kern.
Say it again.
Cowan versus Kern.
There you go, which stands for the proposition that if the board made a decision earlier, which it now decides is not the way it should be working in the future, it doesn't mean it has to stand by its old mistakes, as long as, if it views it as a mistake, as long as it has a rationale for changing its position. And I think we've articulated the rationale a lot here.
Okay, so let's talk about another as of right scenario, if I may. And Kurt, I'm going to bring up my drawings. I don't know how this is.
While you're on the as of right scenario, when I'm looking at the as of right scenario and the yard analysis that is included with the proposed.
That's what I want to bring up.
Right. Can you share, overlay that on the as of right? Because I'm not sure it meets those elements that you have shown in the proposed.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, Vice Chair?
So when I'm looking at the yard analysis that was submitted as part of the proposed,
Yep.
and I'm visually comparing it with the as of right,
Mm-hmm.
I'm not quite sure that the as of right is still meeting all the requirements that's shown in the yard analysis that was submitted with proposed. So if you can overlay that, that would be helpful also.
Okay, but I have to play a clean game on a muddy field. When we did the as of right, we did it as individual zoning lots and individual tax lots.
Right.
Right. So the analysis that I did, which I'm going to bring up now. Can you see this?
Not yet. Kurt, does he have permission to share?
Yes, you should have permission to share. You press the green share screen button at the bottom, and then you select which window you would like to share. And then you press OK. Or rather, I guess it's a blue share button at the bottom right-hand corner.
Oh, mine's green.
Did it come up?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So in looking at this, Vice Chair, this is as one zoning lot and one tax lot.
Right.
So some of the, and when I did the as of right, I have individual zoning lots and individual tax lots.
Right.
So
So
there's
why are you creating all of these difficulties with your one zoning lot when you could?
Because
Yes.
the other as of right, besides two-family detached homes, are water-related uses, such as a boat repair facility.
Wait. What's that have to do with anything with the as of right? We're just looking at residential, right?
Wait, we're looking at a yard analysis. So if I was to do a permitted commercial building on this site, I'd have to pay homage to this yard analysis. And what this yard analysis is showing is that is the hardship associated with a lot that has such a, it looks like a triangle, but it's not. And if you
Wait, stop. Why are you talking about a commercial development? Your as of right that you're using for the financial analysis and everything is this multi-unit development, however many units it is, 24 buildings.
This is what led us away from doing as of right commercial here. And this is what led us away from doing one zoning lot for residential purposes. And it's because of the configuration and the shape of the lot that adds to the hardship for the site.
Why is it a hardship? If you can do 24 houses on this lot, this development site, by dividing it up into individual zoning lots that comply with the yard requirements, I don't get it. How is it a hardship? Where's the hardship about the yards?
Yeah, I'm actually curious. It's like, why can't you do a zoning lot that is fronting on Nelson, then a zoning lot that is fronting on another street, and kind of see how much you can maximize the development, and then see whatever the leftover is, where what can you build on that? So by counting it as one zoning lot, yes, it does result in a lot more odd elements that makes the entire zoning lot very difficult to build. But if you break it up into smaller zoning lots, you may be able to minimize some of these oddities.
He already did on his as of right. He's got 24 buildings, tight space.
I understand, but maybe 24 buildings separately, you're losing some space. But what if you were to break it up into zoning lots that's slightly different, and you have one zoning lot that's on Nelson and build that, and then the rest as a through lot, what will you get? That's between Tennyson and so I think your zoning calculation needs to be done slightly different to see how you can optimize it even more.
As we're sitting here and talking about it, I don't think my as of right is even correct, because in order to do my as of
I
right,
thought so too, but
if I may, the as of right contemplates subdividing into 23 separate zoning lots. And that takes an action through city planning. So it's not as of right.
No, sorry.
Why not?
No, please don't do this. This is a special district. And if you have to comply with the requirements of the special district to do a project, so does everybody else. And the idea that you're going to bring up that we have to go for subdivision approval and school seats and all that sort of stuff, absolutely not. You're in a special district, everyone has to do that in this district. So
no, we're not talking, that's not the point. The point is what's as of right.
No, the point is everyone develops these sites following the special district regulations, and you cannot use the requirement to get a certification from city planning as an excuse not to develop an as of right site. Sorry, no. I don't even know where to go on that. So if city planning would approve that subdivision because it complies with the zoning, then it complies with the zoning, right? City planning just reviews the subdivisions. If they think there's too many or it doesn't comply with, I don't know, whatever, it's not a natural area question, but whatever.
Well, they apply the same thing to South Richmond and Chair, you're cherry picking.
No, I'm not cherry picking. This is Staten Island, and every project we see on Staten Island for a GCL 36 or 35 waiver has to go also, not every, but most projects also have to go to city planning for school seats and subdivision approvals. And that's where we get into the whole battle about why aren't those sites mapped? Because you're already at city planning and you already have to do that. The idea that you would bring that up as an argument against as of right development on Staten Island, I think is just no.
Well, how about BSA 13, where if I had the same amount of lot area on a rectangular lot, I'd get 50 two-family units. But because of the shape of the lot and the arc of the road and the presence of the mapped street, I can't even get close to the 50.
This is 173,000 or something like that square foot lot. And even if you say I'm not building on Tennyson because I'm using it as a map street, it's still enormous. If you told us instead that it was this teeny little triangle on which you can barely do anything because setback regulations say you can barely do anything, that's a different subject. But nobody says you have to build every square inch of the lot. Wanting to build every square inch of the lot entitles you to a variance. It doesn't. You need to be deprived of any reasonable development. 24 units is not deprivation. 24 two-family, three-story houses is not deprivation of the right to develop. It just isn't.
Not when you add all of the other costs associated with this project to get the 23 units, not 24,
okay.
23 units.
All right, I think we need to go to the next point because we're going to invite the public to speak, okay?
Okay. In terms of neighborhood character, I think I'm right there. I think it's an eclectic neighborhood. We are directly next to and adjacent to a couple of townhouse developments. There are townhouses sporadically in the entire area. Chair, if you'd like to go to the public, please go to the public at this time.
Okay, thank you. So I assume that everyone who's in the attendee list wants to speak, but please raise your hands. And I do see some elected, so I'm going to recognize State Senator Lanza, if he's actually still present in the room, to speak. So I'm allowing hands raised in.
Yes, I am here.
Okay, please state your name and give your testimony. Sorry for the long wait.
That's quite all right. My name is Andrew Lanza, and I am the New York State Senator that represents the area within which this property is located. I want to thank the board for your attentive analysis of this project. And I want to say from the outset, Commissioner, Chair, listening to you and the other commissioners, it is very gratifying to see the expertise with which you bring to these proceedings. And I really wish that more of our citizens could see the great work that you do on our behalf. I want to associate myself with the comments that both you, Chair, and each of the commissioners made during the executive portion. So I will try not to be repetitive, but there are a few things that I would like to highlight and emphasize. First of all, I think it's obvious that the applicant here is not seeking a minor departure with respect to the existing law, but is rather asking, if this project were permitted, is asking the board to ignore every material aspect of the existing zoning regulation. And I want to say, it's not, if you listen to the applicant, it's not as if this regulation has just come into being. It's this C3A was created 15 years ago, prior to the developer or present owner acquiring this project. And also, it ought to be noted that even under the zone that preceded this zone, which was in existence since 1961, would not have permitted this development that's being proposed here. There are a couple of things I want to say in listening to the applicant today. With respect to the soil conditions, the sewer connections, the shape of the lot, even the park. The park just did not come into being yesterday. That's something that I, together with Mayor Bloomberg, established 20 years ago. These characteristics, in my estimation, the things that are being proposed here are really a red herring. There is nothing about either the soil conditions, the shape of the lot, the park, the sewer connection that is uniquely prohibitive of developing this parcel of land in compliance with the existing zone. In fact, I think Mr. Rampoulis said that Superstorm Sandy occurred before the last application was approved. That's not correct. Superstorm Sandy occurred in October of 2012. The board's decision on a prior proposal was before that in February, I believe.
Yeah, it was February 2012. Yes.
Yeah, and we learned a lot during that. In the prior application, it was argued by the community that flooding was an ongoing concern in that neighborhood. I could tell you, as a lifelong resident here, every 10 or so years, that property is under many feet of water, whether it's nor'easter or we saw in Superstorm Sandy, under 8 feet of water there at that location. So these were conditions that were all in existence and understood by the applicant or the owner, the potential developer here. You know,
all right, someone has their YouTube video on, please turn it off and mute yourself.
And I think, as has been implied by you, Chair, it's not fair to compare this proposal to past proposals to establish or allege or form the foundation for some type of hardship. What ought to be considered here and what this ought to be compared to is the existing zoning law that is in place here, the C3A, which allows for an R3A residential development. You know, I would because the zone has been here for 15 years, and before that, another zone that would have prohibited this since 1961, I'm tempted to say that that the applicant is attempting to create a hardship, or at the very least is assuming the hardship. But I think if a thoughtful analysis of the facts, and I've listened intently to the discussion from the commissioners, I think you all have brought this point out, a thoughtful analysis of the facts being alleged to support this hardship would indicate that there is absolutely no hardship in terms of developing the property according to the existing law. You know, the developments that I think were discussed briefly, one of which is only a few feet away, dealt with the same, and Chair, you pointed this out, every property is unique, but here on Staten Island, it's important to understand the context within which all of these developments occur. Only a few feet away, a development had the same type of soil situation, had the same type of sewer considerations, and yet that was developed in compliance with this law. I want to just, and I'm going to end because most of these points have been made, and I know you have my submitted comments, but Commissioner Otley Brown, I think, had another observation that is relevant here, which is the idea of elevators in this proposed project. This area was without electricity for a number of weeks after Superstorm Sandy. And I could tell you that emergency personnel, the fire department in particular, has expressed a concern with what would happen in the event of another storm if this type of development was allowed to proceed. And remember, the applicant is suggesting that it would be marketed as a senior development, but there's nothing restricting that to be the case. But nevertheless, to have this many senior type residences in an area that is notorious with respect to its traffic, with respect to the flooding, the routine flooding of the area, and to do so in this fashion, I think is something that ought to be considered as well. So I just want to thank the commission, the board, I should say, for your attentiveness and your analysis here. And again, this ought to be judged based on the merits and the law today, and not as compared to past projects. You know, I don't think you can create a hardship by suggesting that you can do more or do something differently if only there was no law, and then compared that to what the law currently requires. And it seems to me that's what the applicant has done today. I want to thank you all for your consideration.
Thank you very much for your testimony and participation in the hearing. So I don't see other elected officials unless I just don't recognize the names. So I'm just going to kind of go in order of appearance. Oh, maybe Borough President's office is Frank Santarpia. Is that the Borough President's office?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So proceed, Mr. Santarpia.
Okay, I'll be presenting the testimony of Staten Island Borough President James Otto. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and distinguished commissioners of the board. I testify today in opposition to BSA applications 2019-225BZ through 2019-253BC. The property for which the variance is requested is zoned C3A, which was established to specifically permit 1 or 2 family fully detached dwellings, community facilities, or special services for boating. To request a variance to permit the construction of a 3-story monstrosity, one that includes 56 attached single and 2-family dwellings, is unacceptable. This proposal is not supported by the local residents, the community board, or any of the local elected officials. The across-the-board vehement lack of support cannot come as a surprise to anyone. In 2005, public policy was changed pursuant to a zoning map amendment, one that eliminated the as-of-right development of projects that would be detrimental to the public welfare. The zoning change was crafted to specifically address the inappropriate design and development of attached dwellings that had eroded the quality of life, surcharged existing infrastructure, and exacerbated traffic in waterfront communities. The new C3A zoning district protected the community from proposals that
Sorry, someone has to, I'm going to mute Mr. Senator Lanza because maybe that's background noise. Go ahead, Mr. Santarpia.
The new C3A zoning districts protected the community from proposals that might alter the essential character of the neighborhood or substantially impair the appropriate use or development of adjacent properties. This proposal violates these conditions. There is a palette of uses permitted under the existing zoning, including residential uses that are consistent with the existing character of this waterfront community and the narrative of the City Planning Commission during the adoption of the C3A district. The permitted uses were well vetted and specifically restricted the residential uses and heights of 1-family and 2-family detached only. This requirement has been in place for more than 15 years. The community, building industry, and all property owners are well aware of its origins and intent. The site in question adjoins existing residences on all sides, as well as Seaside Nature Park, a 21-acre New York City Department of Parks and Recreation waterfront facility. Additionally, the site is located within the designated flood hazard zone, tidal wetlands and designated adjacent areas, and the special South Richmond Development District. More than an acre of the site is also situated within the bed of Tennyson Drive, an 80-foot mapped street. Having no as-of-right option for development does not pre-qualify a proposal for hypothetical practical difficulties or what is presented as perceived hardships. This property didn't somehow find itself any closer to the water or the wetlands, and for its part, Tennyson Drive has been mapped across the property for almost 70 years. Discretionary reviews should consider variances based on an inability to demonstrate strict compliance with the text, should establish a baseline grounded in the intent and purpose of the zoning, determine whether there really is a need to afford relief, and finally, whether that relief should add new uses and potentially additional building bulk in areas zoned for less density. For too long, discretionary approvals have rewarded the applicant's persistence by entertaining far-reaching proposals and allowing much more than the minimum necessary to afford relief, even when it wasn't warranted. I believe this is an instant where varying the rules does not in any way fit the intent and purpose of the zoning resolution. Holistically, it surely doesn't work for the community or those elected officials that worked tirelessly with city planning to ensure that projects like this were outside the range of options forever. This is an opportunity for the board to affirm the determination of the Commissioner of the Department of Buildings by strictly interpreting the zoning resolution and ending an avenue for unnecessary appeals that include unsubstantiated hardships. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I also see there's a representative from the community board, Charlene Wagner. So please proceed. Asking you to unmute.
Yes, she's a district manager.
What do you mean a different manager?
District manager.
Oh, district manager. Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah. Please proceed. Ms. Wagner, if you can hear.
Yes, I can. Thank you very much.
Okay.
I didn't intend on speaking.
Oh, you don't need to speak if you don't want
No,
to.
that's quite all right. I would just like to thank you, the chair, and the commissioners for taking a very thorough approach to investigating this application. The community board, as you know, is against the application, and we do appreciate all the time and effort that you have put into this. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your participation. Okay, I don't see any other electeds. I do see a community group member of the, what is it, the Protectors of Pine Oak Woods. So Clifford Hagan, I'm going to ask you to unmute.
3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate those 3 minutes. Thank you very much. My name is Cliff Hagan. I'm president of Protectors of Pine Oak Woods, Staten Island's oldest environmental preservation organization. We have a large membership of Staten Islanders concerned with the environmental preservation of open space here on the island. And first, I would like to thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, the board members, for your apparently very considered reading of the application. I also want to acknowledge Phil Rampula, the architect presenting today. I can appreciate his frustrations, but I think it's clear that had these hardships, had this proposal been better considered, better drawn, these hardships, unnecessary hardships, there'd be a lot less frustration moving forward with this. We, Protectors of Pine Oak Woods, of course, would like to see this preserved as open space. We have no money to go ahead and purchase this property. I hope you can still hear me.
Yes, definitely. Yes.
Very good. So we do understand that the owner of the property, of course, as of right, can build, and buyer beware. The person purchased this property. It was very clear what could legally be built on this property. And now, with hindsight, to consider that lack of profit to be hardship, that's unacceptable. And I appreciate your thorough, candid conversation regarding those hardships. So thank you all very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much for calling in. I have Linda Cohen. If you would like to speak, please unmute and state your name.
Hi, I'm Linda Cohen, and I would like to present my screen.
I guess. Is that all right, Kurt? Are you all right with that?
That's fine.
Okay, go ahead. So you need to be given permission to share your screen. I don't know what happened. Is she still there? Are you still there, Ms. Cohen?
Has to be added as a panelist, so she should be rejoining right about now.
Okay.
Please unmute, Ms. Cohen.
Ms. Cohen, you need to unmute. We can't hear you. There you go. Can you hear us? Ms. Cohen? Hello, Ms. Cohen. Oh, I think there we are. There you are. Okay. We can't hear you for some reason, even though you're not muted. You could try calling in also. Okay, you know what? While she's working that out, we'll go to the next. There's someone, phone number, last 3 digits, 662. If you would like to speak, you dial *6 to unmute yourself. There you go. Please state your name.
My name is Ellen Pratt, and I'm the Conservation Chairman of Protectors of Pine Oak Woods.
Mm-hmm.
We feel this property belongs within Seaside Nature Wildlife Park, and that it should be bought and turned into an extension of the park. We feel that the terraces that are planned, 40 of them are open air terraces that only spelled interruption to the very popular playground. And the playground, because it is so popular, to take precedence here. And the land be bought for addition to Seaside Nature Wildlife Park. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We also have Carol Zorn-Gobi. So if you would like to speak, please unmute yourself. Ms. Zorn-Gobi, if you'd like to speak, please unmute yourself. There's a little button. Where's our unmute? On the left-hand side of your screen that you just click and it unmutes you. Oops. Okay, while Ms. Zorn-Gobi figures it out, I'm going to go to the next speaker, Elaine Croteau. Ms. Croteau, if you would like to speak, please unmute.
Hello.
Oh, there we go. We've got Ms. Zorn-Gobi. Okay, go ahead. Proceed.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, great. I have lived in this area for 35 years, and I've seen several terrible hurricane storms and flooding issues. We still have not recovered from Hurricane Sandy in this area because of the low-lying nature. And I just wanted to add my negative reaction to this development. I think it's excessive, it's greedy, and I thank you all for your extensive review of it, and I really hope that you do not grant any waivers to this applicant. Thank you.
Thank you for calling and your participation. Let's see, who else do we have in here? Mr. Andrew Poznanski, if you would like to speak, please raise your Zoom hand. And also Jacqueline Perrine, if you would like to speak, raise your Zoom hand to indicate you would like to participate. Otherwise, I think I got everyone, no? Other than
Ms. Cohen didn't come back.
who disappeared, right? Oh, Ms. Perrine came in. Okay, thank you. So proceed, Ms. Perrine.
Hi. I'm also a member of Protectors of Pine Oak Woods, and I've lived on Staten Island for 40 years, and I've just witnessed so much with the terrible storms that we've had, and I just don't think that it's going to get any better in the future. And I think that to increase the density of any building projects near the waterfront is just very, very poor planning on Staten Island's part. And I just don't believe that a variance should be granted for this project.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony and your participation. Unless Mr. Poznanski wants to speak, or in the meantime, Ms. Cohen dials back in. I think we've heard all the testimony. Is that right, Kurt and Chase?
I believe so. Ms. Cohen just unmuted.
Oh, really? I don't see her. Okay. Ms. Cohen, did you want to speak? I don't see her actually. Oh, maybe she's on page 1. I don't see Ms. Cohen. Do you?
Yeah, she's there.
Can't find her. But if you can hear us, please state your name, Ms. Cohen. Oh, there you are, Ms. Cohen. Go ahead. You're unmuted, so go ahead. I think we're not hearing her. I think it's still not working.
I am calling the number that she registered, so hopefully that will work for the audio.
Okay, so we're going to try to get Ms. Cohen invited in. There you go.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. Okay, very sophisticated. All right.
Oh, pretty.
Can you hear us? Can you please speak up, Ms. Cohen, if you're in? So it's at the moment it's silent.
Hello.
There you go. Okay, turn off your YouTube video, please.
I don't have it on.
Oh, okay. We have an echo, so maybe.
If you turn off the audio on your computer speaker, it won't go into the microphone on your phone.
Turn off the audio on my phone.
No, on your computer.
On your YouTube, on your computer.
I'll go into the other room. Jenny, you got the picture. Sorry about all these technical difficulties. I didn't expect it.
Okay.
Can you still hear me?
No, that's good now. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so, okay. I live in Great Hills, and this area has a long history of residents fighting over development in Great Hills Harbor. Can you see my pictures, by the way?
Yes, we can. There's a, yes.
Okay. And I think that history is important today. I always felt that Great Hills Harbor is a gem, as you can see in the picture. About 20 years ago, when I realized that Great Hills Harbor was being ruined by overdevelopment, I became involved with the coalition to save Great Hills Harbor. Part of Tennyson Drive was renamed for Mary Davies, a leader of the coalition who was honored for her work fighting to stop overdevelopment and always warning that it increased dangerous flooding. Many of us in the coalition tried to fight the dense Sailors Key development directly across Nelson Avenue from this project. We had many rallies. We attended by hundreds to try to stop this dense development. And many of us traveled to City Planning Commission to fight, but unfortunately City Planning voted in favor of the builder. In 2001, then Governor Pataki was notified of our community's concerns. He stood by the corner of Tennyson and Nelson, which is one of the corners of this project, and he spoke about the importance of saving open space. However, despite his appearance, overdevelopment continued. In 2005, Senator Lanza thankfully got the area downgraded to C3A to prohibit dense housing development, and there was some sense of relief. When Superstorm Sandy hit in 2012, this area got slammed. There was lots of damage. There were 2 lives lost, Walter and Marie Colburn, who drowned at Nelson and Tennyson. And you can see some of the damage to the neighboring properties in the pictures that actually my daughter is showing, because I can't be in the same room right now with the computer. So I don't think that it's fair to continue to build in this flood zone. And it's also a tidal wetland adjacent area. And I don't think it's fair to allow the remaining open space to be cemented over. This site is on a hill, and the project would lead to increased flooding to the lower lying homes in this area. Last summer, hundreds of residents came out to a rally to sign petitions against this project, and Community Board 3 also voted against it. Last thing, I also don't want Tennyson Drive to be opened up to traffic. Tennyson Drive is adjacent to the beautiful Seaside Nature Park and right behind the children's playground. As you can see in this picture, how close the project's construction screen fencing is to the children's park. If Tennyson Drive is opened, it would be used as a way to divert traffic from Highland Boulevard, which was recently named the Boulevard of Death. Why is it so necessary to bring in noisy traffic and speeding and then ruin the quiet and the beauty and the safety of this wonderful park, which is, it's a sliver of old Staten Island? So, over the years, our community did the right thing. We spoke out against overdevelopment, and Senator Lanza did the right thing by downzoning this area. So I just do hope that the BSA commissioners do the right thing for our community. Please deny this application. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your testimony and your slideshow. Very informative and beautiful photographs, except for the ones that are tragic.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to hang up the phone now. Thank you.
So I think we've heard now all the testimony. I don't see anybody else with their hands up. Again, there's 2 people on the call who have not spoken. If you want to speak, *9 to raise your hand. Otherwise, let's proceed. I'd kind of like to hear from commissioners about anything that we might want to hear. I don't want to unfairly tip the scales in my position. I'm not being persuaded by the materials that are submitted. Plus, I really do think there's self-created hardship by having formed this site in 2007, something like that, by the merger with those lots that are creating the sum of the so-called claimed hardship about it having frontage on so many sides. So that is part of the claimed hardship. And we just actually heard interesting testimony from Ms. Cohen indicating that she personally, anyway, is against the extension of Tennyson and into that area in front of the park. So I'm not sure that Mr. Rampula is right that there would be opposition to building in the bed of a map street, for example. So therefore, I'm not sure that a GCL 35 waiver isn't still available for development, assuming that the property owner doesn't want to sell to the Pine Woods Association. So from my perspective, I've heard the arguments. I'd be open to receiving materials to keep the record open in case there's something fabulous that gets submitted. But I don't know from my perspective whether we need to continue with a continued hearing. I'd like to hear from others though. Vice Chair Shanda?
I would still prefer an as-of-right development that requires a GCL. I think that is something we have granted in the Staten Island area with these kind of sites. And I think that should be explored.
To look at an as-of-right with a GCL 35.
Yeah, 35, 36, whatever, comes through.
Yeah. So, but that's different. That's not, so you're saying there should be an as-of-right scenario before we close, or is that something that gets submitted?
That's a technical thing that to me,
doesn't matter. We can always reopen. All right. And Commissioner Brown?
I agree. I'd be more interested in seeing a GCL waiver. I feel like the uniqueness finding is at the moment up in the air. And I think you might be able to avoid that conversation if you went with the GCL waiver.
Okay. Okay. And Commissioner Sheta?
Yeah, I believe the uniqueness is tough to prove, and if it's not impossible on this side. I don't think there is any uniqueness with subsurface. The hardship claimed because of the sewer issue, the drainage, the sanitary network, providing the roads inside the project, all these kind of items, I don't think they're gonna be flying anymore. I'm open to like other sort of applications like a GCL, but I don't want to like discuss any further on the uniqueness for the variance. I believe we're done with this.
Okay, Commissioner Shibeta?
So I agree with the board to the extent that I don't believe that there's a viable variance application here, and I don't think that we should entertain that much further. With regard to a separate application for a GCL 35 and an as-of-right development, I think that's something that we can entertain. But from what's before us now, as far as the variance is concerned, I don't see the need to go any further on that.
Okay. All right, so you heard from board members, Mr. Rampula. So what I would like to do, yeah, go ahead.
I'd like to put the case over for about 6 weeks. Let me talk to my client. Let me see what a GCL 35 looks like on paper, and then make our decision, if that's okay with the board.
Okay, so what I would like to do, it's easier for us to sort of manage our cases this way, especially in Zoom. So if we could close this and completely leave the record open for you to make submissions that might affect the as of right, for example, and because we can't convert this case to a GCL 35 anyway, right?
Right.
So if you want to, investigate and make a submission, we could reopen if we think if it's necessary to reopen. Okay.
Okay.
So just to be able to manage our calendar, which is full, it's easier for us to do it like this. Okay. So I would then like to make a motion to close and then set a decision date where we could always reopen if you give us additional materials for what, 2 months? Is that what you?
2 months would be fine. I'd prefer if you didn't close, because that gives me the ability to withdraw without prejudice, right?
You can still, can't you withdraw? Yeah, you can, before the vote, you can withdraw.
Once we close it, we would have to specifically say that we're voting. If he withdraws after we close, it's with prejudice, according to our rules.
Unless we waive the rule.
Unless we waive it.
So we have the authority,
reopen.
right? Kurt?
Or reopen, I guess.
Yeah, reopen, and then, yeah, we could do that, for example. Is that too complicated?
Well, it takes more of the board's time. I'll have a decision within that 2 months' time, and if my client does what I think he's going to do, I'll withdraw.
Okay, so I think that we can always reopen or decide formally to waive the rule, right? We can waive our own rules. We do it, right? That's what we do for a living, actually.
Or if we have to reopen, this is not much time compared to what is spent today. So
Yeah,
if we
right.
need to reopen, it's going to be like 2 minutes.
Yes, correct. Okay, so let's just close, and and as you say, Mr. Rampula, we'll accommodate your request, okay?
Thank you.
So,
Commissioner
the
Holly Brown.
motion to close?
No, Commissioner Holly Brown.
The chair, the vice chair has been bounced out again and needs the meeting ID number so that she could call in.
Meeting ID number.
913-470-2303.
You dropped a 0, Tony.
Yeah.
913-470-2303.
That's not what you said the first time.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Stata Zich.
What?
It's easier to say it that way. 913-4700-2303. 2303.
Okay. Do we have that?
Is she back? Oh, poor thing.
I'm typing it into her. Zero, 2303. Let's see if she gets in.
And the other option is to send her an invite, right?
Or for Kurt to call her.
That's what I mean. Send her a Kurt. Kurt, you have her cell number?
Let me check.
I do, I'm sending it to you.
Participants invite here. Yes, I do. Attendees invite. Here we go. Calling now.
Is it working?
It's ringing.
Here, I'm gonna. I just sent you a phone number. I'm not sure if there's another one. I have two. I sent you a text with her phone number, Kurt, in case it's not the same number.
I got it. Thanks.
Okay. Strange.
And I just shared the contact with you, Marjorie, if you
Oh.
want to verify numbers.
Okay. Thanks.
Chair, I actually have a question. We have a number of open environmental review issues on this case.
Okay. Does it matter if we?
Not going to be granted.
Yeah, you're concerned about closing because we have open issues, but what if it's not about to be granted? Does it matter?
I'm not concerned about closing. Oh, actually, now that you point that out. Okay. I was just concerned about making the agencies continue reviews on items that might not be moving forward.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I think we should hold off on the agency reviews.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I think those are the same two numbers, but I don't know. Maybe we give her a call.
Can we just call her when we have it on the phone?
Yeah.
She gives a vote?
Oh.
She just texted me. She said she's able to join.
Ah, okay, good.
There she is.
Yay.
She's down there. Yeah, there she is. I see her number.
Vice Chair Chanda, please press *6 to unmute.
Hi, I can hear you.
Great.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay, not your problem. Not your fault.
Welcome back.
Okay, so what we've talked about is making a motion to close, and that will leave the record open for Mr. Rampula to submit whatever he would like to submit, but also willingness to reopen if necessary to allow for a submission of a withdrawal letter, or to waive our rules and allow for withdrawal without prejudice, for example.
Okay.
Okay, so then I'd like
Thank
to make a motion to close and to give, I think we said 2 months. Mr.
2
Brown?
months.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, motion to close.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Okay, this case is closed.
All right.
One question, if I may. Tony, when will this be up on YouTube? So my client's traveling, so he could see it?
Be in a day or two. We have like should be immediate, isn't it, Kurt?
I believe
A day or
it's,
two?
I believe it's basically immediate.
Okay, thank you.
Because these are live streams that get converted right away to, I was just watching this morning's hearing while we were talking.
Okay. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you to everyone who called in to participate. It's all appreciated. Take good care, everyone.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Commissioner
Good night.
Sheta and Commissioner Otley Brown to helping and Kurt helping me through this.
You're welcome.
Anytime.
Bye.
Good night.
Bye.
Good night.
Bye.